never happen is happening. One of the great what-ifs of MotoGP for the past decade will be answered next year. Toprak Razgatlioglu is MotoGP mount. And I, for one, am very excited to find out what's going to happen. Yeah, I don't want to wish Charles lives away, but I almost want to get into the Valencia test here this season now. I just want to see Toprak Razgatlioglu on a MotoGP bike. Many have already thought that he's one of the best riders in the world. I'm not saying that they're wrong, but we will definitely get the answer over the course of the next few years. Toprak Razgatlioglu signed up by Yamaha with this team Prima Pramac in 2026, and we've already seen in previous years, but we saw it recently as last weekend, the star quality that Toprak Razgatlioglu has. Gives us a year to perhaps say his name correctly, if nothing else. But of course, did they triple last weekend? Amazon, the World Superbike, the Jaws helps a little bit by his maiden miles have been taken out of the equation on the Sunday in Nicolo Brüliger. But he's a two-time world champion, of course, in World Superbikes. He's now the second most successful rider in the history of the World Superbike Championship. Only Jonathan Reyes now won more races in that championship than Toprak. And we cannot wait now to see what he does on the MotoGP bike. He has got genuine star quality. He's going to be in the right place next year. Yeah, on the bike, off the bike, he is a real superstar, a magnificent addition to the MotoGP paddock, and I don't think you'll find anybody that isn't excited about that prospect. Next year, it goes against what a lot of people thought might happen in the fact that, of course, sorry, we're just doing a live show at the moment, but anyway, don't worry, as you guys through. Of course, we're exactly that hill on that penalty on Sunday. We were just chatting with Simon Craig. I'll give it a little notice who our culprit is. A lot of people thought that he may well make the switch in 2027 when MotoGP teams up with Pirelli, a tyre that he knows so well, but instead, for the first year, he's going to have to acclimatise himself to the Michelin tyres, which are going to be very different to what he's used to in World Superbikes at the moment. I think Alex Rees put it quite brilliantly, and I won't quote him exactly word for word because I'll get into trouble at this time of day, but he said a World Superbike, basically, you can be so aggressive and be able to manhandle the bike around on a World Superbike machine, but with a MotoGP bike it takes a little bit more finesse. You have to make love to it, is what Alex Rees described the MotoGP bike is needing. So the big question is, and we won't know until later, but do we think that that riding style that he has, he's so famous for, will gel with this MotoGP package? Or do we think he'll have to tweak it ever so slightly and use that obvious talent to adapt to what the MotoGP bike offers? Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I'm sure Toprak is adaptable. I'm sure he is capable of adapting to whatever challenge is thrown at him. You don't become a world champion at his level without doing that. So I'm sure Toprak will eventually get the hang of it. He might have to potentially keep your expectations under control initially. It is such a jump that Toprak is making that even the best riders in the world will struggle to make that seamlessly. It will take him a new bit of time. Plus, all that knowledge that he has of the Pirellis isn't doing it all away. He's still going to have all that experience, all that knowledge when we get into 2027. But the best way to learn how to ride a MotoGP bike is to ride one. So I think the sooner that Toprak gets on that bike, the better. He'll be 29 when next season gets underway. And of course, as we stand here now, Yamaha do have concessions available to them, so you can test to his heart's content before the season gets underway if he wants to. Of course, you have the shakedown available, the 2 pre-season tests, and of course Yamaha with their concessions have got some extra testing available to them. So I'm sure Toprak won't be short of preparation when next year gets underway. I think the most shocking thing out of all of this is the fact that it's Yamaha, of all people, that the Toprak is signed for. 12, I should say. Exactly 12 months ago, if he'd have told us that Toprak is going to make the move to MotoGP, our jaws would have hit the floor. He's told us it was with Yamaha, we wouldn't have believed you at all, given the fact that the relationship we felt was irreparable. He's tested the bike before, that didn't go to plan, so it is remarkable, and we'll hear coming soon. But it all comes down to Paolo Pavescia, the new managing director at Yamaha Racing, having his #1 target, believing in the talent of Toprak, clearly losing heaven and earth to get him on board. Yeah, that test that you mentioned with Toprak was at Aragon a few years ago, and by all accounts it wasn't the most impressive test, but I guess, well, we can maybe answer that question when we hear my second guest a little bit later on, how much you can truly learn in one day, one MotoGP bike, how much can you really prove yourself in one given day, but even the tools, clearly Yamaha in their own way had seen enough on that particular day not to pursue Toprak MotoGP, but clearly there is a relationship that goes back over many years with Paolo Pavescia. He clearly rates Toprak, and why wouldn't you when you see what he's done over previous years? They clearly feel he is capable of making that adaptation, and it could be fascinating to, of course, a world-class talent, such an entertainer on with 2 Marquez brothers. This has a very, should we, Ashfield Super Saturdays Alex versus Barker, the same landing. Lixu, sprint with so far, it's like to 25, and you know, instead of track on. Brigadier Julian, your teammate, give it his speed, give him his experience, but it has been tough. Taco's keenly struggling with the new Black Bishop, and this is a huge regen, so we know how much he loves. The post-race test in Aragon, it's more familiar, but I love this time back in war. What are they doing? They're ready, MOTO2 MOTO3. There is 2 race victory lanes. Yeah, just to cover up some of the early weekend housekeeping. No great surprise, Lorenzo Salvadori out once again, 6 subbing after our Arsenal champion Loy Martin. And the victory of Prodigy Monty, Loy Martin on his social media feeds. He's well dug into his hardcore trading regime, but there's been no clear, concrete return date for the months later. And unfortunately, as a result of this big crash at turn 1, testing for this great talent over in Japan recently. And looking really still missing for this home Grand Prix again. And unlike Aragon though, he has been replaced by the HRC. And we welcome back. Taking like a cabinet so to reroll these lineup, just text under the right for HRC. That was the vice president of this MotoGP in that pretty dramatic flag-to-flag battle. Was Nakagami's first 66 Grand Prix at 60 steering round revelry in 2021. Let's look at our ski digger coming off. Geez, it was a close race test in immediately after the Aragon Grand Prix. Yamaha trying a revised update for the engine specs, new aero. Ducati Sterling were experimenting with some revised aerodynamics as well, the Aragon test. And the Eagle-Eye checks down in 3 lengths, itching on spin going on. John Lotta did Capani terrifically on this side Friday morning here in Mugelo. It's going to be another weekend where keeping cool down in Pigway is my primary concern. But as you say, always the Grand Prix after a post-race test is interesting to see which bikes have the updates, which bikes do not. And Ducati for the first time this year is interesting viewing. You mentioned that new updated dynamics package. We saw it for the first time during pre-season checks did, and Ducati benched it after that, deciding to stick with the 2020 for the start of the season. But we're now seeing it down in Fabio Di Giannantonio's box. He's got 1 bike with it, 1 bike without. He's gone out this morning on the 20th. Jidon then got up and Jim Lutz in the 25 Japan. This that has to be on it. 1 sock. He's not in the center. Darren Still's got the correct lines with the trace. It's still TGU's that updated chassis and this measurement stuff. There is a hip side. Yeah, definitely. It's out there in Sargentine, the city that is and the choking one that you mentioned, guys, right at the start of the section of your events as well. Talking about it. If one says so, they only got a very quick glimpse. They juggled like his Molino stage boards. He was laughing at the things tricky by. So think him now. They said here with the Jelly, there's really only 1 super and the breaking zone. No estimate is blowing whereby when the done to the bag, because 1 evening to generate the kind of temperature in the brakes, like you need to optimize damage. It is right. His land has been forced really to look with the 3 forges this weekend. We're seeing that kind of event that has led there to have a portion of the weekend. Your shots like, so as always, Jack, check up thanks and kind of drink like it. I don't know, 15 millimeters like a break. All weekend, it's so country. Let's try and see this season. This was pretty sad to like the Aragon. People the game speaks in to jump on new music. He's had a few TVs Saturday, so the turnaround was, the worries that's how we were the take over is saying, and still it just feels like a victory. He's not ending with that, but Neil lost twice to the World Championship to the Marcus of Liverpool. It's game posters, but this is going to see. You just need to, and there's been the big thing, it's easy, put it to his life game, is he can't trust the sunshine, you can't take to it in the way that he likes. So it's when the Belden Woodtons, the my straight just when he did squeeze the braking was much more confident and reachable, but in front of the stations gets it. Teach me everything to throw that bike into the corners. This is a certain this has information that we want to do something. The fact that one yelling that's tiny. And then he wants to do the idiots of the lost. It's really good. These are some springs that we have plans to fiance in Detroit's MOTOGP era. Toss in memorable fashion in front of his whole fancy last season on a beautiful blue Ducati livery. Well, pack up on your I said himself, these are his ways, not ours. He said it quite not. To text it here, where you fix a brilliant. Seems to we have a problem. Hopefully that's not the case. Although St. Maggie is concerned or whatever. He's somehow so with the Aragon sitting on the Sunday. He was putting up his lowest performance at the Toast Race test on Monday. Let's hope Maggie is that fine. Also, there is a big short tackle in Richigamme, but Bardic will make just here this weekend as if we're really replaced now, of course. Prima and that Yamaha. Like I say, they've been chatting the headlines. They've been dominating the social media chat as well in the last few days or so, because it's the news of MotoGP fans have been waiting. Thomas Series for finally can say. So Superstar Tom Rask the Obvious is moving over to MotoGP next season with the additional Italian chiefs on 24 Jack to digest with the boss at Gino Gorsoy right now. It's great to be down there with Gino after the breaking news last week on the truck practice time. They're going to make that switch across. Gino, with respect with the outline yesterday, about some of the details. Well, even I don't even know. I'm not going to knows. But the US team manager is welcoming into the team next year. I mean, just how exciting is it? It is the big question. I think the last 10 years of both bands, when they're in a bar, having a drink, is again, and it was to be on. Let's plug top back. Let's go to love anything if I get to back back. But that, you know, it's what the steps up to finish it after the last step. Well, I'll sadly move from streaming by to modern video open up and here we will believe this exciting to we get it at the end we'll do it at top wrap and our day for next year will be not easy but sure shut down because two fields and everybody can just pick that understand niche advantage for that money or the around that is a season we will it'd be difficult for him, but we are not worried about that. We are ready for the new challenge, for the new chapter, and after Yamaha now we have also to with us. You mentioned the challenge. I think above everything else, that's what it's going to be for you as a team manager, for the team. Top Rack not only has to learn the bike, the tyres, the padded, so many new circuits as well. How much of your job is going to be making sure that he adapts to everything that's going to be so new to him? Well, yeah, you're not sure it because I need to start to do this with the careers and it's amazing. I'm taking in very to when you have this. You read that, but then come like you do. But I'm to know it's much English not easy. Theory, it is difficult. They were big time like that. They didn't never think they were even this trip like you're right there, you know, right guy. Yeah, it's some for us. It's because they say about the rate or the attitude and talk about the bunch of things, you know, he's ready to enhance on this huge challenge and take it head on. Chiller, the important his mindset is already good. That holds the future. Not right, like you can be for saying I really that as they said I wasn't signed before they haven't done and signed I've never done later on so each year at the place I do see one to showing speed in our what were the MotoGP people got but so well this is really important for us because it impressive what you said immediate custom that is the key so perhaps our last two texts in the future. Just finally, Top Rack throughout his career, he's had a very good relationship with his crew chief. Phil Norrin has been with the Kawasaki, Yamaha, now BMW. During those conversations you had last week, did he request that there was really the Phil to put with him to help that adaptation? Continues to know them off, discuss about whatever we did in the future, vision. If one it's 85 he's so doing there that by them. This is all really disgusting. From this prank girl. Taxi Tangino, really exciting feature in that yeah, the longest look at. Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to Gina Borso. We're just catching the tail end of a replay. We're super full track house racings and Ralph Hernandez down on the hill, smooth the gap through it. I've been on to walk. Super G on edge down. Well, in excess of 200 towards Smaller. That's a real big get up, isn't it? True 8 from Ralph Hernandez. We saw the brilliant tag name was Bowells and any damage to the right on his letters. We've already seen the tricky braking zone. And she's sending out to the first quarter to One Man and Fabio Pontarama now. You're getting a replay else. It's a mistake. It's so easy to make. Decelerating, going a hound to the front brake. We're decelerating from in excess of 360 kilometers an hour. Pinned in 6th gear. Now see all dues back to the 9500 kilometers an hour, turn 1. Trouble, I thought better on the reductory stake to beat it down. He was going to end in tears, so he goes through a bit of a listen with motocross skills to practice. We get much steel on Ralph Hernandez, of course. He was in the sprint in 2023 through turn 8, where Alex Rins of the middle big cluster LCR, which Alex Rins will be severely effects on for the rest of his life, not just for the rest of his Grand Prix career. As can now the Jack who's going to Ralph Hernandez up there. Jack, that was a big one. Big much a big one. And it didn't come at a worse time for Ralph Hernandez as well. If it is starting to dissect if you look at Richigamme's value, it's been the opportunity to mark this obvious to about Marco Benzecchi and the rings of Salvadori, Hoonigan, your new ring. Austin stood a slightly updated chassis as well. So these laps this morning, like slowed the corn shit, Dorley, and just start to get some rhythm, start to get some kind of feeling with the new updated Alvarez Junior. A real disaster. Yeah, that's a tough one to take, isn't it? Ralph Hernandez, who never been to this Italian Grand Prix weekend. 10th lady on time. Younger Sue to top 10 of 65 raced him on a GP. Just shows how tough his fan life. And mixing it with the Crandall Branch at the moment, showing some very positive signs as far as the factory approaches are concerned. Is telling the era marker that second. He finds himself, yes, it's very, very early doors, of course. So the FT1 will badge flying in the moment on the Irish GP. He's put down to 146.404. And the other encouragingly, Marco Bezzecchi used his soft time woes in qualifying so far this season. We look at the replay now, that Bagnaia is down at the common time, isn't it? He's going to go in a little bit wide through the long that penalty. Lid goes Ateco. That's his race taste, Lewis. Over the last 5 kilometres has been 20th. It's been good enough all the time with him. He's had, of course, as he makes these pretty well documented qualifying ways. Second fastest he was on the Aragon test. And he said, yeah, that's partly because the issues that they made a breakthrough with their sort of time attack strategy, with their time attack setup, but he was also beside a caution because he has, reminders, the Aragon test was straight after a very well rubber sure days of winter rubber on that Aragon surface, so they were always to be very hot on that. But let's hope that Bez has found some solutions to Saturday mornings in particular in qualifying when we put him going too, because his race pace is down, and we'll get a good answer as well this afternoon, of course, with coming up where the top 10 are decided, and Marco Bezzecchi will home, but he can get the job done now and avoid a trip to qualifying Montreal. How that went in Moto2 MOTO3, we had the crash early on in Q1 and probably something like that featured 20 of the grid. You didn't top this one, it really impacts the rest of your weekend. I guess we shouldn't be too surprised or startling to see Bezzecchi and Bagnaia both towards the sharp end, of course, to have each done a million laps around here. Now, Kevin behind you, was great to see Marco on site, 2002 250cc world champion. One of the very few riders in Grand Prix history that won Grand Prix in every category heavily contested. But 125cc winners, he was brilliant, wasn't he? 250 Mugelo, a bunch of MotoGP victories as well back in the day. You were pretty handy. It was you wide machine as well, wasn't he, for around a period of time? So good to see Marco Valandri on side. We saw him while Jack was talking to Gina Bolsway. Luke were reading on the pit wall into the HRC canopy. We're hoping to be joined by Luke Crashley for tomorrow morning's FP2 session in the commentary box. So if you're tuning in tomorrow morning, well, we might have a very special guest joining us, former come at the KTM bus from just Ridotti, your son, is on the agenda. He's planning to join us this afternoon, so to look forward to over the remainder of this weekend. I have to say, it's just brilliant to see Luca Marini hit this weekend. He was discharged from hospital over in Japan during the Aragon Grand Prix weekend, and made the flight back to Europe, considering the sort of serious injuries that Luca had. Out top by some insides of HRC that he was actually contemplating maybe riding next weekend in Aston. That might be a little bit too soon, but it's fantastic to see him looking in dry neck. I mean, because we're out top. You've only got to just look at the list of injuries he had: punctured lung, fractured sternum, a broken left collarbone, ligament damage to it. It sounded horrendous. It was horrendous, and we were thinking that Luca would be sidelined for quite some time, but he's been nothing but positivity really into his left hip as well. It was a big crash that he has, of course, back in Suzuka as he was testing ahead of Honda's Suzuka 8-hour outing coming up in the month of July, which Luca Marini isn't getting a title off, and I think that was good in the plan anyway. He was doing some testing to help hold around, so they did himself a mischief out there at the FIS and Suzuka Circuit in Japan. So good to see Luca Marini. I'd say I was amazed. I saw him on screen at the Super Bikes. It was on last weekend. That was amazing. Amazed how well he and this could see in the on-site this weekend. I suspect Richigamme to tell any of these MotoGP riders to wait a little longer to guard on track for the first time since the injury, but you think potentially the double header of the Saxony and Brno is a more realistic return date. Special held this weekend for Fabio Quartararo. The legendary Dragon look. He's always had some very cool special one-off helmets, hasn't he? Fabio Quartararo. Of course, the Italians, as is tradition, started by Valentino Rossi back in the day. Saturday morning, as is where the home favourites will roll out their special cone helmets that they'll contain for the remainder of the weekend. And now then, we're back KTM. Well, we know here in Mugelo that top speed will not be an issue because they have the fastest ever top speed districts. This Mugelo track is all how fast you can blitz down the straights. So true KTM, and it's been a tough season so far, hasn't it? For the Austrian factory, save for a couple of outstanding rides by Maverick Vinales of late. Some outtakes maybe on the RC60, might be started for a joke. Yeah, once again, it's try to throw as many things at the wall and hope that something sticks, you feel, down at KTM, because all four bikes are different at this current moment. Just to run, you feel it confuses me, it'll confuse you at home. So I think it's like for the riders as well. We've got Pietro Acosta, nice jump, new rear wings. We've got Brad Binder, down the mass stuff. That would be some shots. Put new the way on the rear wing as that previously, so we've got two different combinations there. Go down to Tech 12, where Enrico Bastianini has got one bike with the shark fees and the mats down, but one with nothing and the mats down current. Then Maverick Vinales has got the rear wing, no mats down current. Then Trinson mats down, but it is a next. We've got 6 different variations. Tell us the story of why KTM are after the moment, trying so hard to eradicate that rear checkery tube, trying to make sure that it can find something to at least eradicate it ever so slightly. There's not much options out there. Let's hope for their sake that at least one of them works. So yeah, sounds like a big spec, doesn't it, in terms of the new parts. An old parts are doing back-to-backs for the KTM quarter at the moment. Once again, it is Vinales, also to Costa. Costa actually was street places. The bit of GI specialist, two-time Moto2 with it. In fact, none of two appearances in Moto2 in Mugelo were victorious. Because one of those occasions was the brilliant pizza delivery celebration. I was on the pizza box, particularly at the Belgian score. Appreciating that one too much. Acosta off the back of his best drive result of the season so far. Last time out in Aragon, a 4th place to the Dolan Ducatis of Alex and Marc Marquez and the Tenko Bagnaia. And we've talked about this, haven't we, over the last sort of 3 or 4 Grand Prix also. There is Pedro Costa, week by week, race by race, just seems to be losing more patience. Clearly, he's not happy with the progress that isn't being made as far as he's concerned. Really, you ask him what he wants to improve in the black ears. Well, it's not one area. You need to improve in every area. Oh, black ears improvers. Do look at Ralph Hernandez. A real big get off down the hill for Aviar to one turn. That's a cage muddler as far as the Spaniard is concerned. Obviously, He's A-OK, and hopefully going to be returning to the action very, very soon. But yeah, Foster is finding it very, very difficult to disguise his disappointment and frustration at the moment. Yeah, and given that he finished equally season special team, didn't in the expert team, they're pretty chocolate like in Grand Prix now, but he wasn't, was he? He covered the Grand Prix intending to be fighting at the very front, and just watching that trio of Ducatis wide away from him as the race point told, of course. He was chasing and batting attack up Bagnaia in the first half. That is sure to eat away at the Eagle of the Moto3 Moto2 World Champions, where the GP expected to fight at the front as he has to his entire career so far. And I don't know to say after the rookie world day launching with regards to the Ducatis is losing on our entry. We also need traction and turning. It's pretty much everything, isn't it? We're just going to stay brief with Mavericks and Yadas. Oh, yeah, that down to check into Lakers. The Yadas, the Mavericks is on tour as it comes out upon the corner. Took attention with the chase. Yep, top of the front of the inch. Early on to this Grand Prix, actually. Top of the line to Lloyd. He goes 8th fastest, then he goes up to 4th, losing a couple of tension in that final sector. But it is now Vinales who leads the KTM contingent here. Hey, Mugelo. It's been a busy couple of weeks. Track house racing. Good to see Akira shouldn't having missed the last 2 Grand Prix with that broken leg he suffered at the British Grand Prix. Digger did crash his body for Ralph Fernandez. And of course, I think everybody very impressed with Manu Gonzalez's performance in the Aragon test. A special present for our MOTO2 challenge from the very good team. Let's find out what they saw then, Manu's performance. Because the prize today, Jack is joined by the Ross, David Review. Yeah, I mean, indeed, not the ideal start to the weekend, David A. Before we touch on how it's involvement with Izzo J. I've just seen him go on the count on drop, and that wasn't a bad one. Yeah, it was a plus, but not a bunch. Plus, most of the guys that had a shot barrier, well, I'm doing one shot corner. Well, we did 7 buttons, you could do send, follow, publish donation. I don't know, you get 3 years, you have to play with the allocation. And so, anyway, the more than is that they did people of the body during all the actually one body instead of one target. Well, that's a thing. Break to Elton, high back to the garage this weekend. It's just, how is it aiming? What is this? How can they ship ahead on the journeys? Yeah, and let's shot there because as soon as you already in the garage, just let them talk about the fight. We are still Mr. Kennedy, so it's a party, so we'll speak later. But I'll start to re-expect some difficulty, maybe in changing direction in some situation, but it's been flawed. The thing if you just, you snaps, it's not, you'll have a bit, not worried. We get love to see it. After guys mentioned, I've had to touch on the performance at Mario Gonzalez. It was very impressive today. But it's very yesterday to be 2 seconds off the lap record to learn how to use all the piece Giovanni saying. It's like, what a you impressing on how everything's able to go. Yeah, there's the one, it's in which but the two stuff on the MOTOGP, they smile and everything, and that's what's happened. And yeah, I have to say, he was me Paul. I mean, he lost quite he was 3-3 up to praise already. Yeah, good lap time, but also a bit good approach, good understanding, despite there's a lot of, because that's a lot of different, the brakes, the engine power, the Michelin at times and everything. So you think that he's on 100, 51 second day, you have to allow him to test, and that's it, you need a person to mud on it. So I thought it's a great idea. You said it was a new initiative to get out to continue going forwards, and at the end of the game, Dick Murray would say thank you. Let's speak for the next year or 2027, because I'm sure they look to get back there again as soon as possible. Yeah, and you get really say that because we make this is like in a present in the sense there's nothing behind that, and you enjoy, of course, you enjoy, was happy, and yeah, so can't see it at the moment, so that's the Indonesia. It's great to see anyway. It's very lucky day. There we look at it, but guys, back this week and done that. Actually, then Ted from you. Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks as always to dominate through the gaps, see you on similar screen team. I'm just going to do it just in marks. The track house. Now, I'm lucky this weekend is something to work out for my partners. And going into Sunday night time, he just left the bike off there because he knew they could continue to squeeze the lead, hadn't they? But he's likely to watch out in that soft front tire, soft tracks, which has actually put the 93 in charge of this session. potentially another couple of last hours coming away in mind this weekend. He's on course for his 100th pole position. He was number 99 last time out in Aragon. Out of number 93, if he does win and go on Sunday, why don't we win number 93? And already has been a fairly illustrious Grand Prix tree. This was Sugas on the inside of Miguel Oliveira, fighting for his future at Comac Yamaha. Just see there, Marv's getting out of shape in the braking zone. He's just going to release the brake here at this point because he knows that if he stays committed, he's not going to end well. Curled up fish tailing, wasn't he? On the base, he probably would have picked up some slipstream behind Oliveira and just sucked him in that little bit bottom into the first corner. And that maybe just affected his judgment on the braking margin. Again, Oliver's had a soft front tyre, but the information on the timing recognised freezer, that was another new soft front tyre. As you can see, he has now touched 4 large solid and mean rear but 9 last on this the rear side, and he started the session order and completed his first 5 lap. And we also see we're inside the Ducati box to go a change at brake discs going to take up on the island board his second run. Now putting the 2 brake discs side by side, it was difficult to tell whether they were the 325 starting in. Hold on, the inch again, they'll join in. I think St. Towel Tekabanya is viping the lead. That was indeed the case as in more work days was Tekabanya. There's the only going to spoil in the 2 options, even the C's we saw earlier on. Yes, that's was the sort of standard 340mm front brake disc, which back now that's later to round the 2020 side in the championship commentators so far. And I think was the switch to the bigger diameter, the bigger Mas 355s, which ended his the trainment reach in Aragon up until the Grand Prix on Sunday. But did like it so far in Mugelo at a circuit where he has not lost since 2021. So we're expecting big things this weekend. That's what his best word so far this morning session on 146.651, which is just over 3.5 tenths behind Marc Marquez. We also saw while we were listening to Dominic Brigio, yet another turn 1 off this time around. It was from Tedron Costa. Lizzie Richards just so easily gets sucked into that real harsh brake use. I was surprised that Marc was maybe struggling to get that Jimty stopped it on him. A softish spunt. Not going to be giving you exactly the lowest support in the brake shoe. So we're squeezing this on like we ran out of 360 kilometers an hour. Yeah, this is the shortcut that you see the riders take. That is available to them at this stage in the weekend. You could rather go around the Seoul 5.2 kilometers Mugelo circuit into the pitch. You can veer off through the right-hander up to Nova. You miss out Savelli and you go straight through the shop and into Tinley. Because famously qualifying years ago, we saw Maverick Vinales heading down there with Marc Marquez continuing in through the pit lane. This time, was Marc Marquez continuing around the racetrack. Well, in the market Vinales there works to go so far. This weekend, he felt like in Aragon, he really missed the boat. And it was obvious that Maverick had better pace than what his results suggested. He always thought throughout the weekend he was going to be in that battle for 3rd to 6th place. And when you look at the numbers, it was easy to see why he was so frustrated. He said the 3rd and fastest lap. The 7th place pretty brilliant. It's the Seoul place to start, hit the Grand Prix. So he certainly felt like Maverick was spot on. And what he saw, that there was clearly more on the table than a 7th in the sprint and an 18th in the Grand Prix, which he did remount after a clash down into turn 12. We certainly did see from the investigator regardless in Aragon. Should we see him only set to get himself back from here in Mugelo? Over at KTM on 2s, they didn't miss a golden opportunity in Aragon. Of course, Yamaha struggling by their recent high standards, and of course, a pretty kind of take it out of the equation by that second connecting for, and they have to pace to perhaps be up inside down top 6 or back loop for the tail end of the authority, but by second 20 from the grid is in no position to do that. We've already seen evidence so far this morning that Aprilia are much stronger, and of course in a home Grand Prix the Fabio Quartararo up in 3rd place already in this session. He and Yamaha collectively will have been pretty pleased to see the back of MOTO2 and Aragon, and the circuit which on paper looked like it would suit them a little better. We are seeing the evidence of that. There's been a lot of moving inside the KTM garage so far this season about the underperforming RC16. And the one aspect of the ride will not be made over here this weekend is top speed, as I mentioned. The KTM does hold the all-time top speed record here, set up Mugelo a couple of years ago, 366 at 12 kilometers an hour. Surprise, surprise, Brad Binder at the moment is dominating your speed charts. Binders blitz through the speed good of 362 short kilometres, which is over 3 kilometres faster than the factory in brilliant Marco Bezzecchi. You look further down the order. I mean, Binder's gone through the speed good at the moment. They're the case quicker than Alex Marquez is to catch a GP24, second in the World Championship, of course. That is Alex. So top speed not lacking for the KTMs. Greater than 16 kilometers an hour, and that is 220 miles an hour before you join for Sand and Art, which Mark Marquez is coming through now. So to pick up on your point of view, you're going to want the full confidence of feeling us from pre-dist, aren't you? When you squeeze that front brake into the biggest stops, if not the biggest stop on the MOTO3 calendar. Yeah, and they are a little bit in fourth place. They are big and impressive numbers, aren't they? There's top speed that is with yellow, 366 ton one plus. I would imagine the numbers that really do line by line. It gives you a real sort of perspective on the speed these riders are carrying down that long start finish rate. Is when you look at it, they're doing 101 meters. They cover 101 meters per second. Jello start finish rate, which is just mind blowing. Here's W to Antonio, to a little bit like Pecco Bagnaia, as Houches rating wise on the GP25 this year, certainly like a bit of front end confidence. He was hoping when he heard that Bagnaia's Aragon weekend, a bit of rescued by the switch to the 340mm brake disc to the 355s. That might be that cheer to some of the race for did you? Well, sadly, what he is going to straight 55mm discs on Monday of the days to to be honest, really see any difference. So just looking at a little bit of a run that right now is the Gentleman Charity. He's such one sprint trade Tony in Holston and one sprint trade with Silverstone. And of course, on the same sort of specs, the categories, Bad Montez and Oakland Biaya. I don't think it's just us that were expecting. Well, I think Fabio himself was expecting all up all this season, Lewis says, with a very up and down campaign so far from Fabio Di Giannantonio. What he's gone, wow, it's been very well for Di Giannantonio so far this season, but was now already seen him this year. Struggling qualifying twice already this season. He's missed Q2 altogether. Incidentally, as is customary for the DL46 team this weekend, they did have a special livery planned for race day on Sunday in part of a tie-in with Italian singer Cesare Cremonini, who's currently touring around Italy and performed in nearby Florence last night. So keep an eye out for that striking livery that's going to be on the Giannantonio's 49 on Sunday. Now, it's awesome. Certainly after what happened in Aragon with the need to decide switch over to the bigger brake disc in the Grand Prix of Pecco Bagnaia. There's been so much talk of late about Brembo's 340mm run disc compared to the 355s, and just what the dip of season in terms of feel and performance. And then you would, so one man we makes up with it to those questions. It's Brembo's Andrea Telecalini who joins Jack down into play. Yeah, we promised we didn't plan this, but this is the Brembo Italian Grand Prix. It feels quite upgraded because Brendan in the headline says Aragon. Let's firstly just touch on Aragon, and if you can just explain exactly the switch that Netco made and should be getting on the whole to gain the performance that we saw on Sunday.
Yes, basically, Eccleston, his standard of use to now, we should share to 50 I must please. When we also talking about to go over any deal with it. Not once.
Så är det spisen, det står hur det standard som en sån den bänder. Det är just bara det bänder. Det är sån med sån. Det är det det kan but you get this on there. Sweat and on the result. The London and the South Julius or something like this. Yeah. What you do is there's the campus then what's the gate. Yeah, that's Isn't a few fruppes nu innan hans världsgudstjänst. För det release inte not of me that even also not only been wait using open weight with addition and this but yeah we could just something called that blue that two would map attempt upon immediately. Did you mention that the actually circuit we go to is LKT day and difficulty level, shall we say, or intensity level at braking. Aragon is a 5, we come to the Jello and this is 3, so there's obviously a reduction there in terms of the number of hard braking zones, which makes it a challenge for that same solution for Aragon to work here at the Jello, correct?
Very gold, then the gold is shattered. You might well do it. So, yeah, it would might be a days, and it will not take it regardless. Just to get to kill her, instead of that he was in Rurenberg and so on. I still believe on the back.
That extra weight in a circuit like this, where there's a lot of change of direction, this means that it quite a bit of the ability to happen. Until there you got the back is even more likely than that's far as that. So. But certainly it's something for us to keep our eyes on. I gotta think another watch this as closely at the start of a weekend as I have here in Madrid. It's great to see the differences, and I'll think you'd rather weekend to see so ancient go confined to the ground him gelity. The only Mugelo started music is under Marsing. Fist made the my blackers is staying on the 330 high mass. It wasn't in survey and let me say by managing over temperatures differing at individually. We the best of giant mass and more stable temperature. We did that people done. That's just sorry. It's a feel that items. Andrea, thanks for your time and thank you to clarify. Yeah, thanks very much to Andrea Tolagreedy from Frembo, and thanks actually Jack, as always, with the questions down in tin line. So yes, as we spotting on the screens, Banyan as flaps in the second so far, on the 340s, which he has favours for most of 2025 so far. Taz very, despite the fact he's going to roll with all kinds of truck sitting in front confidence in those sort of sites, 7.5 points, so easy before we switch the 325s to the Sunday race in Aragon. We lived up the street deep in the paddock here, was it? It took a rider as his class this back top line, one of the best teams in the Grand Prix issue. Why took them until halfway through round 8 to sort of go, well, maybe to think of this might be systematically that have problems. Although interesting, as explained there by Tolagreedy, but also by Tekla Banyari in the press conference yesterday, why that might not necessarily be the fuel for every circuit. See straight away there, Tekla Banyari settled on the way into turn 2. And Tekla Banyari giving his bike a little sarcastic separate thumbs up there. I think that looked like an element of sarcasm from Tekla Banyari, because he didn't have shakes his head just to outline the point. Because as I mentioned there, you don't have the temperature built up with those pretty discs, you're not going to get the stopping capability you need. If you really do wrong, well, you're braking from 360 kilometers an hour into San Donato. Yeah, here is Bagnara then. Just rear steps out as well. The briefly fully was good at the did really well actually, just only briefly running to the gravel trap there. Stays sunny side up though in the Explorers League. So the early summer conditions here. I was going into turn 4 then. And for Daniel, just saw there shot in real streams of Gigi Delavia. The relief, I think the sense of relief all around it. Daniel looked something like that to his best on the Sacre Ducati Aragon. The solid ball now by Gigi Delavia's sort of traditional and customary coach race build that he released with the Ducati team. He said it was one of the best Sundays he's ever lived. I think a slap on Jesus up to perfection, as we saw. The Cyrus Times is a statue in 2015. Which wasn't always going to stick on itself as well. The last time I had that MOTOGP related top every single session and everything on offer. I think also this time they saw the Bagnard was back. And he looked to you like this also. I think that was the thing that we noticed in particular in the race at Aragon. It just the incline from the outside. The Pecco was more comfortable. He was able to muscle the bike around and it had a more natural way. Everything sort of a bit hesitant, a bit tentative as he's sort of gingerly going into corners, thinking, well, what do you want to do inside of me? Well, we're going to be running wide. So, yeah, it's good to see him back, sharpened. Although, as he was a pace to point out, he felt like he was a breakthrough. Once again, he had nothing to both Alexis Marquez, something in that Grand Prix. That really has been a story of 2024, really wide as far as I know. I have said there's been lots of yesterday, but this corner is missed. Yeah, this was going now into Casanoiva Savelli. That's chopping down through turn 6. So the frustration there, I mean, he's just called it a day. He's at a thought of that laps. He's just coming to a shortcut through 6 and 7. That was not the time. Because he made the mistake going through it 6, he's just going, okay, I'll shortcut you back in here because this is not happening. He'd already gone home to San Donato and starting the laps, and that was at least the second or third mistake we'd seen from Pecco Bagnaia on that road. Jack Manantier. Yes, but Chuck the vital team not safe. Just another thing that feelings on the MOTO2 MOTO3, the sort of miraculous that I changed, you know, is that at the senses that they was very cold trying to do that. There's a sort of what place, tricky, you know, was they about vanity and find that late at the end of the Triple League, they were at least skeptical every notion in trees like that suddenly being the answer to all of their problems. And it's have to say, from what we're seeing so far, at least small enough, does appear to be the case. I'm going to try to dominate our to the end of the century just to sing. It's the solution was the failed that I'm again and then on the chest with the orange one. So far, I think it's give positive for that.
It was the first mistake into San Donato. He runs in, he's not the first ride and won't be the last to do that. It doesn't make it as far as the travel chapel medication. And this, who was half an hour later, and he's been down in this, he gets it over. I mean, he just didn't have the confidence. He was too Giganti on his side and just went in way too hard. Immediately hopped in, like you can see him there, staring at his motorcycle saying, why don't you give it what I've been asking you to do? Yes. See, Scrappy. Two words he don't normally associate with the double world champion. With G to the leaders and a fair amount of head scratching. As certainly as far as the 63 is concerned, I've so far this season. I know I looked at the degrees, it was seen Pedro and Costa. In fashion KTM, we've taken over the top of the standings. The KJ run, of course, she was done so much sterling work behind the scenes so many years as Ducati's loyal fantastic development rider, victims of the Blake job he did himself, I think, because with the concessions, he will do the concession structure. Ducati's success has meant that there are nowhere, especially walk on and fully done. It's not true. I mean, this is the real right. It's basically you sprinted to the intensity duties, and also he doesn't play in the Italian Superbike Championship. Just looking to say that actually about Ducati's future. We've mentioned, of course, about Chofra Raskapli coming over to MotoGP next year. What we also found out as regard is that Nicola Budiger, his current beta version will seek white, has been signed up for a testing deal by Ducati next season. This is all pointing obviously towards Maini Budiger coming to MotoGP in 2027. It was going to flag a 2-year-old in the development payday of the new 50cc Ducati. At the present time, we look at Pecco Bagnaia, first start experimenting with all the latest spec Ducati era. Of course, Nicola Budiger will bring with him plenty of experience of Pirellis as well. Don't you know the MotoGP adhesive tyre supplier from the 2027 onwards, so it's much better than a touch there on this. We've shown that, but there's not yet an assessed here. He is now W2, the answer 1, and now climbing up hill to arrow the answer 2. I would read just a single turn left on this, and to start, I was trying to identify whether the change, whatever changes they have made, that motorcycle since he was in, and wasn't very long. There's all these side events. Yeah, I currently instead with twice. It is now a KTM Line 2, that thrown thing there on a 146.1 and a 146.2 respectively. It's going to be interesting. It's good move by Shining Spark Chase to us on the Budiger moves. Yesterday saying one worse Spark moving has been my accounting to get him to the development team on the 850cc engine. Ducati usual the mandatory level with the capacity restriction in MotoGP in 2027. Of course, all of that work you'll be doing next year will also be on Pirelli Relton in advance of the Richigamme formation to Pirelli by 2027. Roles reversed because it's been confirmed in the last few days that Viction, of course, will take over Pirelli's exclusive tie deal over in the World Superbikes in 2027. We have watched this space because it does look like already 10 stars of World Superbikes will be moving over to MotoGP. Riding in the post-race test in Aragon. It's more familiar while of this time back in forward. I think the rating MOTO2 MOTO3. It is 2 race victory lanes. Yeah, just to cover up some of the early weekend housekeeping. No great surprise. Lorenzo Sanadori out once again, 6th something after our single champion Loy Martin in the victory of Pulitini Monsi. Loy Martin on his social media feeds. He's well dug into his hardcore training regime, but there's been no clear concrete
return date called months later. And unfortunately, as a result of this big crash at turn 1, testing for this really great Dallas over in Japan recently, looking really still missing for this home Grand Prix weekend. And unlike Aragon though, he has been replaced by an HRC, and we welcome back. Taking the Richigamme and 33-year-old Japanese rider, just text and developer rider for HRC. That was this nice rig that drew some MotoGP leaderboard in that pretty dramatic flag-to-flag battle. Was Richigamme's first of 66 Grand Prix at 60 steering round revelry in 2021. So look, a Howski digger coming off. Geez, it was a close race test in Ridley after the Aragon Grand Prix. Yamaha trying to revise update the thing you expect from new aero. Ducati certainly were experimenting with some revised aerodynamics as well, the Aragon test. And even like Jack's down in 3 lengths, itching what's been going on. Dodger, what's up? Did Cavani terrifically on this fine Friday morning here in Mugelo. It's going to be another weekend where keeping cool down in Italy is my primary concern. But as you say, always the Grand Prix after a post-race test, it's interesting to see which bikes have the updates, which bikes do not. And Ducati for the first time this year is interesting viewing. You mentioned that new updated the dynamics package. We saw it for the first time during pre-season check steer, and Ducati benched it after that, deciding to stick with the 23 for the start of the season. But we're now seeing it down in Fabio Di Giannantonio's box. He's got one bike with it, one bike without. He's gone out this morning on the 10 to the Gino Bengal and Jim Lux in the 25 Japan. This be honest, one soft is that and here it's still got the correct item with the trace. It's still TG that updated chassis and this measurement stuff. There is a hip side. It's actually yeah, definitely. It's out there in Sargent the city that is so far. And then talking one that you mentioned, guys, right at the start of the section of your event as well. Talking about it. The one says so. They only got a very quick glimpse. They juggled like his little stage waltz. He was laughing at the things Ricky buys. And think him now, he said here with the jelly, there's really only one super and it breaking zone. No estimate is the blowing whereby when the done to the bag, just one evening to generate the kind of temperature of the brakes. Like you mean got to make it now it was right. His man has been forced really to look with the 3 forges this weekend. We're seeing that kind of event that has a there so unfortunately your shots like so as always Jack check up legs and kind of big leg. I think it was 15 millimeters like a break. When we get this so country, let's try and see this season. This was pretty sad for that game. We're going to be able to give us quick soon to jump on new reasons. He's had a few these Saturday, so the turnaround was that's how we were the takeover we say. Still we could feel like a victory. It's not the end, but Neil lost twice through the World Championship to the margins of his book. It's game posters because it's going to see. It really just needs change and just put it on the thing. It's easy, put it to these live game. Is you can't trust the sunshine. You can't to it in the way that you like. So it's when the bell would tell us the IMA straight just when he did squeeze the braking was much more confident and reachable, but in front of the stations gets it. Teach me everything to throw that bike into the kilometers. This is a certain piece of information that we want to something the fact that that's tiny. They most of you needed it to the lost. It's really real points. These are some sprints that we runs the job say in Detroit MOTO2 era. So memorable faction in front of his whole fancy masses on that beautiful blue Ducati livery or Pacapagno said himself, these are his ways, not ours. He said it quite not. Competitive here, or you fit a broad deal. Duke seems to we have a problem. Hopefully that's not the case. One of those Magno is concerned and whatever. As you somehow saw him here, Aragon sitting on the Sunday, he was putting up his lowest performance at the Toast Race Test on Monday. Let's hope Magno is that fine. Also, there is a big short attack in Richigamme, but Fighting for Link just here this weekend as this really place down the course. Freeman and that Yamaha. Just to say they've been checking the day headlines. They've been dominating the social media chat as well over the last few days or so. because it's the New Year's Eve. The performance of Mark delivered yesterday, I'm afraid to say, the league level speech, fans are going to have their allegiances, and in this part of the world, where Valentino Rossi was the undisputed king in Mugelo, the undisputed hero of the Italian fans, you're always going to get elements of it. They're going to continue their dislike to Mark, and they're not going to be shy to express it. No, so it's always going to divide opinion this fall. Yes, Ducati, in many respects, are the national team of Italy on two wheels, but clashed emotions run very high, and these queues run very, very deep, and unfortunately the matter what colour is you're racing in can't necessarily change. Jared, the first time I sat down to it did like, yeah, good morning to everyone. I'm just stood outside the Ducati box, and I have to say, all of the team on thick walls were getting a good haptic chuckle out of Davide's action yesterday. One thing that you never denied Davide of having too much of is passion. He is a pole one, he's leading life on the edge, and that's why we love it. Yeah, it was pretty funny to see John obviously on the grid last night. Here we go, there's so many special overweight sliveries. We just saw that the Troitino Giorgi on 46 through the Italian base, of course, the Valley factory, the Trias, they've got the Tricolore Italian national Shakis on their fairings, and there is the very distinctive Lewis. Psyche Gold Italian, another alloy Rudy high-spied special livery. You'd be on ballistic Trixon with a special helmet as well, which has Tees written on it. The special livery is part of tie-up with Cesare Cremonini, Italian singer who's touring Italy. And along with through the picture, you also saw a special one-off livery. She retrieved a China Lars, very much an Italian flavor to the very old their machine. That is due to a special anniversary for the Titan Spins. Trina, that they also embracing the lovely knapsack. Trina chatting Italian ways of the Renaissance state. That is a beauty. Absolutely gorgeous. Xavier Platteraro, that leading trick lane then after what was it, a pretty average sprinter's farmers. He was called on the factory on a pretty average spring all round thoughts. Yellow Bar in general. Here they riders were really badly hindered by shattered a whole the real time. Platteraro was looking strong, and the early car they never not the so going to do he stayed it. Had the checkered flag down to 10th place, but picked him late on Juan Hernandez. I've shoved out of the gear. Platteraro after his crash at turn 4 on Friday, left with that painful left shoulder. It was nothing to do really with the shoulder issues. The soy slumped to 10th yesterday. It was all about the bad chat. We go all there, resulting at serious vibration. Double left-hand side of the straight tyre that just left through him. Jack Miller, and then it was one of 3 ways. He beat the Hartman tyre yesterday, which didn't really play off. Lose the front to some real fast corner running Mugelo surgery. And took subsequent familiar yesterday, he sank to 16th. And Alex Rees, who really had contact early on with Miller when he was fighting the top 10, dropped down to 8-2. So, see the Marilla is that the Yamahas are suffering in these sort of faithful condition disappear. And what cool this morning was some cloud from the beginning of ours. We're hoping at this stage what's a bit cool because they really did something yesterday. Yeah, we thought, I mean, what's extremely in this video yesterday, potentially. It's basically involved something. They showed the injury they sustained on Friday. To return to the racetrack on Saturday morning, qualifying on the second. Race victorious attempted issues. One of the riders who came top in the end while his way through to 4th place was Maverick Zingales for the Tech 3 KTM Sport. Can he go one better and get on the podium today? I see a brief off for Pedro Costa. Let's see if Tech 3 see match with Nico will be on the channel. Yeah, that's a good question, Lewis. One that I'm going to put news straight away, Nico. So yesterday, Maverick was a blind spell multipractice to Pecco. Rick is means as though the podium should be and will be the target today. That will be the target, but yeah, everything has to go in the right direction. But this is a deal that yesterday from Milan to us. Of the season, both Bonita and also the gap to the front street are these 3 seconds beyond the video. So these are positive signs, and what for it? We never know what can happen, but we have a MOTO2 street. I'm not something right today. Just looking at the work that Maverick's done throughout the weekend, I noticed that there hasn't been too many laps on the medium rear. It is a bit of a concern going into today's race. one thing that is not really the sensitivity in that man. So that's a push and one thing that did that. The one of the fantastic, the daytime made up by just the right. Thank you, Dad. About the man rain overnight as well. Hey, do a little bit of a grip, not into the back, they really think it's splints it together. Oh, yeah, sure. The temperature we give to it, but look inside to pull it down. Now, yesterday, now we see the sky is get light. So you can do it again. Because I was a little bit too hot yesterday, but let's see them. It's something big that to give me really bad. It's pretty if you flip the 5 to the county, so long way I'm continuing this afternoon. And we'll see what happens here. Good luck, Jack. Back to Tech 3 boss Nico Goyle. Yeah, as Jack pointed out there, Vinales has signally Tuesday, the biggest stall in the side of the Ducatis on Bancho so far this weekend. Vinales is best to sprint since his absolute podium at what it was 12 months ago. Yesterday, 30-year-old has shown so far. Mugelo, he actually has already gone to trouble. He's won in more possession. Into 3K machine, but I think the second nothing, and there's this Richigamme, and he was up being 2 aches. The checker flag in yesterday's sprint. The shift time is 47 sprints. The 24 Spaniard that actually found himself in those solid score the top 9 in sprint. And fair play to Ralph because he had a real heavy crash, and that will be actual 1 on Friday morning. So it's been a pretty strong weekend after more than just us. This time he made it into the sprint points so far. The BCA took a pretty the flag balls upon company. Saki is in to bring the MOTOGP on the second dice. The progress between and made from the unknown test, which two slated into Friday, where they were very quick on the one man did ultimately stood a great decision. 10th on the grid to Marco Eseki, which does represent to me it seemed from the very starting. 22 flying on the once again in Dublin story of it. Marco Eseki just did it well, so further up the grid, you might well have been in that podium battle. He does feel that potentially somewhere between 3rd and 5th is a realistic option there. Today it just net out yesterday by gridging some of the aero where he had the Pedro then we had something out of all the gas. But so the G is a pretty affiliate took today, but took expects to indeed. It was a real messy first turn. I guess like Binder and Sarko were on the floor. And the John trying to disaster the Yalas Alex Marquez and Costa Abeseki all having contact before they even got to turn to all that left area. There was Rich on Beseki's mind, certainly that would have hindered performance on that since like through the Trulia. Fabio John Chardio, so she made sure we get a real strong ride to the off-order situation until the checker flag in 5th place. Now he thinks he's got a great potential to be in the podium here this afternoon. We did set the stats just like on the sprint. 145.34 which is nearly 2 tennis faster than anybody else in that sprint. And so we should be keeping a close eye on Digia. As he fires away from 7th place on the grid, and he certainly is the optionals being standing up. So he is gentle contact between Digia and Antonia. And I'm glad Big that we've sent these and against JTM into your type of John's Arco. It's a bit pair of them. Opposite the sprint, the JTM, the start on the map. So entire, but we never got an idea to see whether it would work to then. One rider certainly did not learn for was the 3rd rider who ran in Czech Miller did start with that hard from Tyrone. So he did immediately true to the mistake, and he was just limping through the sprint. So and eventually 16th place. He took advantage of sprinters as well yesterday to serve it how the get, and he ran just fine. His Brazilian catching it to D1 in this small session. The old sort of melee in the Sunnis corner, and he said there's some wide he wants to begin disengage until turn 10. That cost him so much time on that first lap side. Truly starting recovering by again, getting himself back into the toy sprint places. Stretch out of from surgery as well. Directly after the Aragon Grand Prix. These are two in this wall session. She'll take it out on the bike to the San Donato. Marco by Sempi versus Chiller's Arco. Can't just say after landed to Zarko in the one in Silverstone where he was the tip at the Sharpton putting in the lines. Pepper did that. That's all really strong Tory. It's all sort of a cliff of like Sonny Aragon was a tough weekend of course. Didn't get any experience to the Grand Prix this afternoon being cleaned out and the sides cornered by the lookless Binder. I chat down to you for some Loring side to shoving out the gear. Yeah, it's been a real challenging weekend for the Spanish rookies so far. He's speaking to some members within the team. He hasn't had a stomach that he's felt comfortable with. It's all the sprint yesterday. He had all kinds of mechanical issues throughout Friday that he basically meant that it was a complete write-off of the game for him. He managed to put one link together in Q1, then we saw nothing from him in Q2 because there was issues. It read their ugly hand again. So the fact that he was able to do the performance that he did in the sprint yesterday was remarkable, giving a lack of true time. The fact that he's going as fast as he is this morning as well shows what a real challenge he is, because it's been far from an easy weekend for him. But he's still able to find some kind of rhythm, and hopefully a real slightly later on today, even from Ron Salt.
Here for Peter Schweiss out of targets of the 20-year-old John Chagley, 4 left stripe Grand Prix, 3 top 6, no less 5. So they can use that and leave with on podium, and that's like to plug in hands with his first experience in the time to usher intense situations. Like to black races, as you can see the instant treat to be marked by second, shot in that Maria to chick a ball, the drive down the street and particular now. Short, Skates line himself back and push on the small section for 71. Cooling point, going height 5-7. As you can see from these pictures, it's plunge right here, right now in Mugelo. Might be not possible to stretch it flying around this afternoon. Jump this spawning around 6:30 Saturday lap. Beautiful bit up in the Tuscany Mountains. It was actually waiting even with this bit of thunderstorm overnight as well. I don't know. People are jumping in the line. There's like the soothing observation. I think I'll check in the time, but yeah, it was. The wind was really howling around the little ones, and I was sort of thinking, well, maybe it's going to be a wet start to this wage day, something here, but Joanne was socially. I think weather god this morning was at moment. What are they doing there, rain dance, and helping that those storms do mainly him to really not send their crew as a collected. We're looking John's Arco, just the need getting some shoes in, you're sending Lace Williams to Smoke is. The exit on the sprint bird, that's the light team on their own family on top of this PJ and bench on 4 by Bossam going store team Doris to and near a season was the worst qualifying essentially game down in 80 place. We have seen it chose defense to go this season back in with the serious illness issues with herself that way James contributed to that. Tucker the Derby the injury was our expert, but you guessed yesterday morning on the this which also not secret to their watching to the pleasure. Sharper yesterday said that they perhaps need to nominate this, and he was anyway I subject going forward to try and understand why that bike doesn't work here. We'll start down to Jack, who's going to give us some active soft-time choice maybe for the 23 lap 1-3 later on this afternoon. Yeah, we spoke to Nico going on there. Did he run out the possibility of running the soft rear tyre? Jim the Drum Brunier each other soft rear. They can sink this morning that 60 seconds of agreed to all out on the soft, and with these cooler temperatures, but I think that the Jurgen Pan seconds is this goal. No one. Everyone, I'm just stood outside the Ducati box, and I have to say, all of the team on pit walls were getting a good active chuckle out of Davide's action yesterday. One thing that he never denied Davide of having too much of is passion. He is a cold one, he's leading life on the edge, and that's why we love it. Yeah, it was pretty funny to see John obviously on the grid last night. Here we go, then there's so many special home race deliveries. We just saw that the choice winner Joe on 46 through the Italian base, of course, the Valley factory, the Trias, they've got the Tricolore right, Italian national Shakis on their fairings, and there is the very distinctive Lewis. Thank you, World Italian, another Alloy Drudy high spied special livery. You'd be on 46 Triton with a special helmet as well, which has Peace written on it. Your special livery is part of tie-up with Cesare Cremonini, Italian singer who's touring Italy. And along with through the picture, you also saw a special one-off livery. She retreated of China Lars, very much an Italian flavour to the fairing of their machine. That is due to a special anniversary for the Titan Spins. Trina that they are celebrating here. Lovely that factory, the chatting Italian way of the Renaissance day. That is a view. Absolutely gorgeous. Italian Platteraro, that leading trick lane then after what was it? A pretty average sprinters farmers. He was called on the factory on pretty average spring all round thoughts. Yellow Row in general. Here they riders were really badly hindered by the shattered on the rear time. Platteraro was looking strong and the other car they never not the so going to do he stated. Had the checkered flag down to 10th place but picked up late on Juan Hernandez. I'm sure been out of the gear. Platteraro after his crash at turn 4 on Friday.
left with that painful left shoulder. It was nothing to do really with the shoulder issues. The sort of slump attended yesterday was all about the bad chat. Mugelo there resulting at serious vibration. The left-hand side of the visual tyre that just left through. Jack Miller, there was 1-3 ways. He beat the Hartman tyre yesterday and didn't really play on. Lose the front to some real fast corner running Mugelo surgery. And took subsequent from Miller yesterday as he sank to 16th. And Alex Rees, who nearly had contact early on with Miller when he was fighting the top 10, dropped down to 8-2. So see the Maverick is that the Yamahas are suffering in these sort of unfaithful condition disappear. And what called this morning was some champion. I mean, thinking about it, without being at this stage, what's a bit cool because they really did suffer yesterday. Yeah, we thought maybe what to distribute in this video yesterday. To be potentially, it's basically involved to the shoulder injury they sustained on Friday. To return to the racetrack on Saturday morning, qualifying on the second. Race victorious attempted issues. One of the riders who came top in the end while his way through to fourth place was Maverick Zingalis for the Tech 3 KTM Sport. Can he go one better and get on the podium today? I see a brief for Tech of Constant. Let's see if Tech 3 see much of Nico on the channel. Yeah, that's a good question, Lewis. One that I would do straight away, Nico. So yesterday, Maverick was a blind spell multipractice to Pecco. Rick is means as though the podium should be and will be the target today. Target, but yeah, everything has to be to go in the right direction. But this is a deal that yesterday from Finland to us of the Sweden, both Bonishan and also the gap to the front with all these 3 seconds behind the leader. So these are positive signs and what for it. We never know what can happen, but we have a MOTO2 stream. I'm not something right today. Just looking at the work that Maverick's done throughout the weekend, I noticed that there hasn't been too many laps on the medium and rear. It is a bit of a concern going into today's race. One thing that is not really the sensitivity in that so that's a push and one thing that the wall of the aspect the daytime made up by the TW already. Today, I think you got that rain overnight as well. Take a little bit of the grip on into the back. They really think it's splintered together. Oh yeah, sure. The temperature we give to it, but look inside to cool it down. Now yesterday, now we see the sky is get light. So you can do because I was a little bit too hot yesterday, but let's see them. It's something that to give me really bad. If you flip the fight to the county, so long way down continue this afternoon. And we'll see what happens here. Good luck, Jack. Back to Tech 3 boss Nico Goyle. Yeah, as Jack pointed out there, Vinales has signally toes the biggest stall in the side of the Ducatis on Bancho so far this weekend. Vinales is best of sequence since his accident podium at what it was 12 months ago. Yesterday, 30-year-old has shown so far. Mugelo, he actually has already gone to trouble this morning more session. Into 3K Championship, and I think a second after them. And there's this Richigamme, and he was up beam 2 Aches. The checker flag in yesterday's sprint. The shift time is 47 sprints. The 24 Spaniard has actually found himself in those solid score-itation, top 9 in sprint. And fair play to Val because he had a real heavy crash, and that will be actual 1 on Friday morning. So it's been a pretty strong weekend after more than tough starts. This time he made it into the sprint points so far this year. Took a pretty at the flag balls upon company. Saki is in to bring the MOTOGP on the second dice. The progress 15 and made from the unknown test, which translated into Friday where they were very quick on the one-man did not actually a great decision. 10th on the grid to Marco Vesecchi, which does for Denton to me it seemed from where he started. 2025 and we'll once again in the story of it. Vesecchi just didn't well, so further up the grid he might well have been in that podium battle. He does feel that potentially somewhere between 3rd and 5th is a realistic option there. Today it was met out yesterday by bridging some of the aero where he had the Pedro Constant, but we had something out of all the gas. But so the team is a pretty podium took today, but took the expected indeed. It was a real messy first turn. I guess like Binder and Sarko were on the floor. But the John chimed Desire Big Yarlas, Alex Marquez and Costa and Vesecchi all having contact before they even got to turn to all that left area. There was Rich on Vesecchi's mind, certainly would have hindered performance on that tip back through the Trillia. Fabio Giancarlo, so she made sure there we get a real strong ride through the off-order situation. Until the checker flag in 5th place. Now, he thinks he's got a great potential to be in to the podium here this afternoon. We did set the stats just like on the sprint. And 1:45.34, which is nearly 2 tenths faster than anybody else in that sprint. And so we should be keeping a close eye on Digia. As he fires away from 7th place on the grid. He certainly is the optimals in Sunday night. So he is gentle contact between Digia and Antonia. And I'm glad Digno sent these and against Tritian into your type of John's Arco, which will be pair of them. Opposite the sprint, the Tritian, the start of the map. So entire, but we never got an idea to see whether it was word to thing. One rider who certainly did not learn for was the third rider who ran a Czech military to start with that from entirely. So she did immediately prove to be a mistake, and he was just leading through the sprint. So I'd have been chased 16th place. He took advantage of sprinters as well yesterday to serve it how they get, and he went just fine. His Brazilian catching it to G1 in this forward session. The old sort of melee in the Sunnis corner, and he said there's some wide line he wants him to begin disengage until turn 10. That cost him so much time on that first lap side. Truly starting recovering by again, getting himself back into the toy sprint places. Stretch out of Alcom surgery as well directly after the Aragon Grand Prix. These are two in this forward session. We should look at that on the bike to the Sandinato, Marco by Sempi versus Joel Marco. Can't just say after landing to Zarko over another one in Silverstone where he was the tip at the shaft and running in the lines. Pepio did that. He absolutely British Grand Prix. It's all short of a cliff of Lake Sunny Harrogate was a tough weekend of course. Didn't get any experience to the Grand Prix this afternoon being cleaned out at the sides cornered by the luckless Binder. I chat down to you for some lowering side to showing out the game. Yeah, it's been a real challenging weekend for the Spanish rookies so far. He's speaking to some members within the team. He hasn't had a stomach that he's felt comfortable with. It's all the sprint yesterday. He had all kinds of mechanical issues throughout Friday that he implemented and was a complete write-off of the game for him. He managed to put one link together in Q1, and then we saw nothing from him in Q2 because there was issues. It read their rubber account again. So the fact that he was able to do the performance that he did in the sprint yesterday, there's remarkable, giving a lack of chunk time is bad. The fact that he's going as fast as he is this morning as well shows what a real challenge he is because it's been far from an easy weekend for him. But he's still able to find some kind of rhythm and hopefully a real slightly later on today, even from Ron Salt. Here for Keeper Schweiss out of target, so the 20-year-old John Tagley and 4 left Schwein Grand Prix, 3 top 6, no that's quite. So they get missed. I believe we won't load even that flag to plug in countries first experience the situation intense situations with like the Black Oasis, as you can see the instant treat to the market by second, shot in that Maria to check a ball the drive down the street and particular amount it's short Skate line himself back and showing the small section about 71 cooling point going pace 5-7 as you can see from these pictures this bun dry here right now in Mugelo. Maybe not possible stretch of playing around this afternoon. Jump is spawning around 6:30 Saturday last beautiful bit up in the Tuscany Mountains. It was actually waiting even with this bit of thunderstorm overnight as well. People are jumping in the line. There's like the soothing observed this morning. Well, I'm checking the time, but yeah, it was the wind was really howling around the river ones, and I was sort of thinking, well, maybe it's going to be a wet start to this wage day, something here, but Joanne was socially. I think weather god was smiling was at the moment. What are you doing there, Rain Jansen, helping that those storms do make them again to really not send their group as a collective. We're looking John's Arco, just in the getting your shoes in, you're sending Lace Woods, just one is. The exit from the sprint blue, that's the light team on their own family on top of this PJ and the bench on 4 by Bossam going store team .s2 and near a season who's the worst qualifying essentially game down in 18th place. We have seen it chose defense to go this season back in with the serious illness issues with herself that we Jengris contributed to that. Tucker Didavi Eric the injury, he was our expert, but you guessed yesterday morning on that and this was also not secret to that what into the pleasure. Sharper yesterday said that they times need to nominate this and he was anyway I certainly coming forward to try and understand why that bike doesn't work here. Let's start down to Jack, who's going to give us some active self-time choice maybe for the 23 lap 1-3 later on this afternoon. Lane. Yeah, good morning to everyone. I'm just stood outside the Ducati box and I have to say all of the team on thick walls we're getting a good uptick chuckle out of Davide's action yesterday. One thing they could never deny Davide and having too much of his passion. He is a pole one. He's leading life on the edge, and that's why we love it.
Yeah, it was pretty funny was it to see John obviously on the grid last night. Here we go, there's so many special overweight sliveries. We just saw that the choice winner durably on MOTO2 MOTO3, the Italian-based, of course, Diwali factory, Notorious, they've got the Tricolore Italian national Shakis on their fairings, and there is the very distinctive Lewis. Thank you, World Italian, another alloy really high-spiked special livery, the real ballistic tractor with a special helmet as well, which has teeth written on it. The special livery is found a tie-up with Cesare Cremonini, Italian singer who is touring Italy at the moment. Through the picture you also saw a special one of livery. She cream of China Painted very much an Italian flavour to the very old air machine that is due to a special anniversary for the Titan Spins Trina that they are celebrating the lovely knapsack Trina chatting Italian away from the Renaissance state. That is a beauty, absolutely gorgeous. Champion Platteraro, that leading trick lane then after what was it, a pretty average sprinters farmers. He was called so the factory Yamaha, pretty average spring all round thoughts. Yamaha in general, here they riders were really badly hindered by the Chateau. A whole the real time. Platteraro was a lovely strong and the other car they never not the so going to do he stayed it. Had the checkered flag down to 10th place but picked on late on Juan Hernandez. I'm sure been out of the gear. Platteraro so after his crashing turn 4 on Friday, left with that painful left shoulder. It was nothing to do really with the shoulder issues. The soy slumped to 10th yesterday. It was all about the bad chat. We go all there resulting at serious vibration. The left hand side of the straight tyre that just left through. Jack Miller, and there was one three ways. He beat the Hartman tyre yesterday, which didn't really play off. Lose the front to a real fast corner running Mugelo surgery. Absolutely subsequent familiar yesterday, he sank to 16th. Alex Rees, who really had contact early on with Miller when he was flying in the top 10, dropped down to 8-2. So, see the Mugelo is that the Yamahas are suffering in these sort of faithful condition disappear. What cool this morning was some chart. I mean, the Yamahas, we don't begin this stage, but they called because they really did something yesterday. Yeah, we thought, I mean, what the struggle in this one yesterday, potentially. It's basically, of course, after they show the injury this sustained on Friday, the new return to the racetrack on Saturday morning, qualifying on the second. The race victorious attempting issues. One of the riders who came to him in the end on his way through to fourth place was Maverick Tingales for the Tech 3 KTM Sport. Can he go on better and get on the podium today to see a brief off for Pedro Costa? Let's see if Tech 3 see match with Nico will be on the channel. Yeah, that's a good question, Lewis. One that I'm going to do straight away, Nico. So yesterday, Maverick was a blind spell to pressure to Pecco. Rick means as though the podium should be and will be the target today. That will be the target, but yeah, everything has to go in the right direction. But this is a deal that yesterday from Finland was of the Sweden, both Bonishan and also the gap to the front three are these 3 seconds behind the leader. So these are positive signs and what for it. We never know what can happen, but we have a lot of two streams to find that's something right today. Just looking at the work that Maverick's done throughout the weekend, I noticed that there hasn't been too many laps on the medium rear. It is a bit of a concern going into today's race. One thing that is not really the sense in that silver top pushing one thing that the wall of the the daytime made the fact that TW the ready to today, but I think you got that man rain overnight as well. Take a little bit of a grip, not into the back, they really think it's splints it together. Oh yeah, sure. The temperature we give changed but look inside to full of them now yesterday. Now we see the sky is getting light, so you can begin. Because I was a little bit too hot yesterday, but let's see them. It's something that's going to be really bad. It's pretty if you flip the five to the county, so long way down continue this afternoon. And we'll see what happens. Give that to Jack back to Tech 3 boss Nico Goyle. Yeah, as Jack pointed out there, Vinales has signally Tuesday, the biggest stall in the side of the Ducatis on Banjo so far this weekend. Vinales is best of sprint since his absolute podium at what it was 12 months ago. Yesterday, 30-year-old has shown so far. Mugelo, he actually has already gone to trouble. He's won in more position. Into 3 KTM machine, but I think the second after the Mendez, that's Richigamme.
And he was helping to aches the checkered flag in yesterday's sprint. The shift time is 47 sprints. I did 24 with Spaghetti, but actually found himself in those tight score top 9 in sprint. Fair play to Val because he had a real heavy crash, and that will be actual one on Friday morning. So it's been a pretty strong weekend after more than tough starts. This time he made it into the sprint points. Some part of the BCA took the pretty and the flag balls upon company. Saki is in to bring the MOTOGP on the second dice. The progress we feel and made from the on test, which two slates into Friday, where they were very quick on the one man did optionally. Great decision. 10th on the grid to Marco Vaisecchi, which does represent to me it seems on the very starting 23 line on the once again in the story of it. Marco Vaisecchi just didn't well, so further up the grid he might well have been in that podium battle. He does feel that potentially somewhere between 3rd and 5th is a realistic option there today. It was net out yesterday by dredging some of the aero where he had the Pedro and we had something out of all the gas. So he is a pretty podium today. Vaisecchi expects to indeed. Was a real messy first turn here. I guess like Binder and Sarko were on the floor. At the John Chandler, Desardre, Big Yarlas, Alex Marquez, and Costa at Vaisecchi, all having contact before they even got to turn to all that left area. There was Rich on Vaisecchi's mind. Certainly that would have hindered performance on that six back through the Trulia. Fabio Giant Charlie, so she made sure that we get a real strong ride to the off-order situation until the checker flag in 5th place. Now he thinks he's got a great potential to be in the podium here this afternoon. We did set the stats just like on the sprint at 1:45.3 full over, which is nearly 2 tennies faster than anybody else in that sprint. And so we should be keeping a close eye on Didier. As he fires away from 7th place on the grid, and he certainly is the optimals being something up. So he is gentle contact between Didier and Antonio. And I'm glad Big Dog sent decent at against JTN into attack with John Zarko. It's a bit pair of them opposite the sprint, the JTN the start on that. So entire, but we never got an idea to see whether it would work to then. One rider it certainly did not learn for was the third rider who ran a Czech military to start with that from Tyrone. So he did immediately tried to do a mistake, and he was just limping through the sprint. So and eventually 16th place. He did better to sprinter as well yesterday to serve it how the guard, and he went just fine. His Brazilian catching it to D1 in this smaller session. The old sort of melee in the Sunnis corner, and he said there's some wide he wants him to begin disengage until turn 10. That cost him so much time on that first lap side. Truly started recovering by again, getting himself back into the toy sprint places. Stretch out of ankle surgery as well directly after the Aragon Grand Prix. These are two in this wall session. We should take it out on the bike to the San Donato. Marco Vaisecchi versus Chillerm Zarko. Can't just say after landed to Zarko in the one in Silverstone where he was the see that the sharp and running in the lines and Tapio didn't have you. That's all he really strong three. It's all sort of a clip of like Sonny Aragon was a tough weekend of course. Didn't get any experience for the Grand Prix this afternoon being cleaned out and the sides cornered by the lookless Binder. I chat down to you for some Loring side and you showing out the game. Yeah, it's been a real challenging weekend for the Spanish rookies so far. He's been speaking to some members within the team. He hasn't had a stomach that he's felt comfortable with. It's all the sprint yesterday. He had all kinds of mechanical issues throughout Friday that he basically implemented. It was a complete write-off of the game for him. He managed to put one link together in Q1, and then we saw nothing from him in Q2 because there was issues. He read that rubber hand again. So the fact that he was able to do the performance that he did in the sprint yesterday was remarkable. Giving a lack of chunk time is that. The fact that he's outgoing as fast as he is this morning as well shows what a real challenge he is because it's been far from an easy weekend for him. But he's still able to find some kind of rhythm and hopefully a real slightly later on today, even from Ron Salt. Here for a few twice out of targets of the 20-year-old John Taylor, 4 left strike Grand Prix, 3 top 6, no that's 5. So they can use that and believe we've unloaded in that flag to plug in hands with first experience the situation intense situation to like the Black Oasis. As you can see the instant tree to the market by second shot in that Maria to chicken ball the drive down the street and particular now and destroyed. He's lined himself back in showing the small section but 71 cooling point going 8 5 7. As you can see from these pictures, this plunge right here right now in Mugelo. maybe not possible stretch of laying around this afternoon. Just before the hours of 6:30 Saturday, last beautiful bit up in the Tuscany Mountains. It was actually waiting. There's been some thunderstorms overnight as well. People have jumped in the line. There's not necessarily observed this, I think. I'll check at the time, but yeah, it was. The wind was really howling around the little ones, and I was sort of thinking, well, maybe it's going to be a wet start to this wage day, something here, but Joanne's actually, the weather gods are smiling at the moment. What are you doing there, Rain Jansen, helping that those storms do mainly aim to really not send their group as a collected, or looking John's Arco, just in the getting shoes in, you're sending lace woods, smokies. The exit from the sprint bird, that's the light team on Durham family on top of this PJ and bench on ball by Bossam going store team Doris to and near a season who's the worst qualifying essentially game down in 80 plays. We have seen it chose defense to go this season back in with the serious illness issues with herself that way James contributed to that. Tucker Didavi Eric the injury, he was our expert, but you guessed yesterday morning. On the dismissal circuit, not particularly to that one. He should have played it. Sarko yesterday said that they times need to nominate this, and he was anyway. So I certainly to try and understand why that bike doesn't work here. Let's start down to Jack, who's going to give us some active self-time choice maybe footage for lap 1-3 later on this afternoon. Yeah, good morning to everyone. I'm just stood outside the Ducati box, and I have to say, all of the team on big walls, we're getting a good happy chuckle out of Davide's action yesterday. One thing that he never denied Davide of having too much of is passion. He is a pole one, he's leading life on the edge, and that's why we love it. Yeah, it was pretty funny was it, to see John obviously on the grid last night. Here we go, then there's so many special home race deliveries. We just saw that the choice winner Giorgio on 46 through the Italian base, of course, the Valley factory, the Natrius, the Trigolo right, Italian national Shakirs on their fairings, and there is the very distinctive Lewis. Sanchez Gold Italian, another Alway Drudy high spy special livery. You'd be on 46 Triton with a special helmet as well, which has Tees written on it. The special livery is had a tie-up with Shizani Cavallini, Italian singer who is touring Italy. And along with through the picture, you also saw a special one of livery. She dream of Chana Lars, very much an Italian flavour to the fairy of their machine. That is due to a special anniversary for the Titan Spins Trina that they are celebrating here. Lovely that Tree the chatting Italian way of the Renaissance day. That is a beaut. Absolutely gorgeous. Fabian Platteraro, that leading trick lane then after what was it? A pretty average sprinter's farmers. He was concerned the factory a pretty average spring all round thought. Yellow bar in general. Here they riders were really badly hindered by Shatter. A Honda rear time. Platteraro was looking strong and the other car they never not the so going to do he stated. Had the checkered flag down to 10th place but picked up late on Juan Hernandez. I'm sure out of here. Platteraro after his crash turn for him Friday. Left with that painful left shoulder with nothing to do really with the shoulder issues. The soy slumped to 10th yesterday was all about the bad chat. We go all there resulting at serious vibration. The left hand side of the straight tire after just left through him. Jack Miller. There was 1-3 miles. He beat the Hartman tyre yesterday. Didn't really play on. Lose the front to some real fast corner running Mugelo surgery. Absolutely subsequent from Miller yesterday. He sank to 16th. Alex really too nearly have contact early on with Miller when he was flying in the top 10, drawn down to 8-2. So seeing the Maverick is that the Yamahas are suffering in these sort of faithful long condition disappearing. What called this morning was some sharp. I think the Yamahas have been hoping at this stage what they called because they really did something yesterday. Yeah, we thought maybe what to distribute in this video yesterday to be potentially statistically involved something they showed the injury they sustained on Friday. So they returned to the racetrack on Saturday morning, qualifying on the second. Anyway, with those attempted issues. One of the riders who came top still in the end, while his way through to fourth place was Maverick Zingales for the Tech 3 KTM Sport. Can he go one better and get on the podium today as I see a brief off for Pedro Costa? Let's see if Tech 3 see Magic he can be on the jump. Yeah, that's a good question, Lewis. One that I'm doing straight to Nico. So yesterday, Maverick was a blind spell multi-practice to Petco. Rick is means as though the podium should be and will be the target today. But yeah, everything has to be go in the right direction. But this is a deal that the entity from Finland was
Om dessutom gått på nischärmen. Och så lägga till the thumbs all these 3 seconds beyond the video.
So these are positive signs and what for it. We never know what can happen, but we have a lot of two streams to find that something right today. Just looking at the work that Mavericks done throughout the weekend, and noticed that there hasn't been too many laps on the medium and rear. It is a bit of a concern going into today's race. That is not really the sunset in that so that's a push and one thing that the wall of fantastic the daytime made that like that TW already. Thank you, Dad. That didn't man rain overnight as well. Take a little bit of a grip on the back. They really think it's splintered together. Oh yeah, sure. The temperature we give to the look inside to pull up and yesterday. Now we see the sky is get light. So because I was a little bit too hot yesterday, but let's see them. It's something that's going to be really bad. It's pretty if you flip the fight to the county, so long way down continue this afternoon. And we'll see what happens here. Good luck, Jack. Back to Tech 3 boss Nico Goyle. Yeah, as Jack pointed out there, Vinales has signally Tosley, the biggest stall in the side of the Ducatis on Banjo so far this weekend. Vinales is best to sprint since his absolute podium at what it was 12 months ago. Yesterday, 30-year-old has shown so far. Mugelo, he actually has already gone to triple his one more position into 3K Championship, and I think the second after them. And there's this Richigamme, and he was that beam 2 Aches. The checker flag in yesterday's sprint. The shift time is 47 sprints. The 24 with Spaniard had actually found himself in those solid score stage, the top 9 in sprint. And fact later out because he had a real heavy crash, and that will be actual 1 on Friday morning. So it's been a pretty strong weekend after more than tough starts. This time he made it into the sprint points so far. The BC took the pretty at the flag balls. One company Saki is in to bring the MOTOGP on the second dice. The progress we feel and made from the unknown test, which two sides into Friday where they were very quick on the one man did not actually it's a great decision. 10th on the grid to Marco Vesecchi, which does represent to me it seems from the very starting 2025 and the once again in the story of it. Marco Vesecchi just did it well, so further up the grid he might well have been in that podium battle. He does feel that potentially somewhere between 3rd and 5th is a realistic option there. Today it was net out yesterday by dredging some of the aero where he had the Pedro we had something out of all the gas. So the team is a pretty Fulham took today. They took the expected group deeds. It was a real messy first turn. I guess like Binder and Sarko were on the floor. The John chimed disaster the Giannis Alex Marquez and Costa and Vesecchi all having contact before they even got to turn to all that left area. There was Rich on Vesecchi's mind, certainly that would have hindered performance on that tip back through the Trulia. Fabio John Chardio, so she made sure they get a real strong ride through the off-order situation until the checker flag in 5th place. Now he thinks he's got a great potential to be announced to the podium here this afternoon. We did set the stats just like on the sprint, and 1:45.3 full over, which is nearly 2 tennis faster than anybody else in that sprint. And so we should be keeping a close eye on Digia. As he fires away from 7th place on the grid, he's certainly in the action was being Sunday night. So he is Chimple contact between Digia and Antonio. Lampland Digno, who sent the Sanatigan Street here into your attack with John Darko, which will be pair of them. Opposite the spring, the Etienne started on that so entire, but we never got an idea to see whether it was word to thing. One rider certainly did not learn for. Was the 3rd rider who ran in Czech Miller, who did start with that from entirety. So he did immediately true to the mistake. He was just limping through the sprint, so and eventually 16th place. He did better to sprint as well yesterday to serve it how the get, and he went just fine. His Brazilian catching it to D1 in this smaller session. The sort of melee in the Sunnis corner, and he said there's some way how he wants him to begin disengage until turn 10. That cost him so much time on that first lap. So pretty sort of recovering battle again, getting himself back into the toy sprint places. Fresh out of arm surgery as well, directly after the Aragon Grand Prix. These are two in this wall session. We should look it out on the bike to the Sandinato, Marco Bessempi versus Joel Zarko. Can't just say after landed to Zarko in the one in Silverstone where he was the tip at the shaft and running in the lines and Pepper didn't that he absolutely British Grand Prix. It's all short of expensive. Like Sonny Harrigal was a tough weekend, and of course didn't get any experience to the Grand Prix this afternoon, being cleaned out and a size cornered by the luckless Binder. I chat down to you for some more insight into showing how the game. Yeah, it's been a real challenging weekend for the Spanish rookies so far. He's speaking to some members within the team. He hasn't had a stomach that he's felt comfortable with. It's all the sprint yesterday. He had all kinds of mechanical issues throughout Friday that he basically meant that it was a complete write-off of the game for him. He managed to put one link together in Q1, and then we saw nothing from him in Q2 because there was issues. It read their rubber account again. So the fact that he was able to do the performance that he did in the sprint yesterday was remarkable, giving a lack of chunk time. The fact that he's going as fast as he is this morning as well shows what a real challenge he is, because it's been far from an easy weekend for him. But he's still able to find some kind of rhythm, and hopefully Ross slightly later on today, even from Ron Salt. The post-race test in Aragon, it's more familiar pilot this time back in war. What are they doing? They're aiming MOTO2 MOTO3. There is 2 race victory laps. Yeah, just to cover up some of the early weekend housekeeping. No great surprise. Lorenzo Sanadori out once again, subbing after our absolute champion Lloyd Martin, and the victory of putting Gini Monsi, Lloyd Martin on his social media feeds. He's well back into his hardcore training regime, but there's been no clear, concrete return date for months later. And unfortunately, as a result of this big crash at turn 1, testing for this great talent over in Japan recently, and looking really still missing for this home Grand Prix again. And unlike Aragon though, he has been replaced in by HRC, and we welcome back. I'm taking up your cabinet, so to reroll. Please line them, just text and development right for HRC. That was the vice president of this MOTOGP leaderboard in that pretty dramatic flag-to-flag battle. Was Nakagami's first of 66 Grand Prix at 60 steering round revelry in 2020. It's like a house-ski digger coming off. It was a close race test in immediately after the Aragon Grand Prix. Yamaha throwing a revised update to the engine specs, new aero. Ducati certainly were experimenting with some revised aerodynamics as well, the Aragon test. And Eagle Jack's down in 2 lengths, getting upstream going on. John Bottom did Capani to everybody on this side Friday morning here in Mugelo. It's going to be another weekend where keeping cool down in Pigway is my primary concern. But as you say, always the Grand Prix after a post-race test is interesting to see which bikes have the updates, which bikes do not. And Ducati for the first time this year is interesting viewing. You mentioned that new update to the dynamics package. We saw it for the first time during pre-season check Steve and Ducati benched it after that, decided to stick with the 2020 for the start of the season. But we're now seeing it down in Fabio Di Giannantonio's box. He's got one bike with it, one bike without. He's gone out this morning on the 20th. Jidon then got out and Jim laps in the 25 Japan. This left out to be on one side. He's started and said, here it's still that's great with the trace. It's still TGU's that updated chassis and this measurement stuff. There is the hip side. It's actually just definitely. It's out there. It's hard to make the city that is so far. And the choking one that you mentioned, guys, right at the start of the section of your events. Well, talking about it. The one says first door, they only got a very quick glimpse. They juggled like his Lino stage waltz. He was laughing at the things Rick device. And thinking now is that here with the jelly, there's really only one super heavy braking zone. No estimate is blowing whereby when the dumpster is about it, just one evening to generate the kind of temperature of the brakes. Like you need to optimate the damage. If he's right, his hand has been forced really to look with the 3 forges this weekend. We're seeing that kind of event that has a pet there, so I'm forcing the weekend. Your shots like, so as always, Jack, check up thanks and kind of big like it. He was 15 millimeters like a break. It's like school, tough out the weekend. It's so country. Just try to see this season. This was it's actually like the Oregon, which people that gave us break soon. To jump on new reasons, he's had a few these Saturdays, so turnaround was. That's how we ever the takeover is saying. And still, we just feel like a victory. He's not in Indy with that race, but Neil lost twice to the World Championship to the Marcus of his, but it's game close, isn't it? This is going to see. Really, it's just mentioned and just put on the bit thing. It's easy, it's put it to these live game. Is you can't trust the sunshine. You can't take choice in the way that you like. So it's when the bell the Windows by straight just when he did squeeze the braking was much more confident and reachable, but in front of the stage he was getting what much you can teach me everything to throw that bike into the cool this. This is a certain this as information that we want to something the fact that one yeah that's I need they must have few minutes of the lost. It's really real place. These are some springs that be runs the jump say in the current MOTO2 air towards the memorable faction in front of his whole fancy masses on a beautiful blue Ducati livery will pack up on your ice and himself. These are his flags, not ours. He said it quite not. Protects to peer or you fix a brilliant. Seems to we have a problem. Hopefully that's not the case. All of us and maybe I was concerned and whatever. He's somehow so with the arrogant sitting on the Sunday. He was putting up his lowest performance at the Toast Race test on Monday. Let's hope Daniel is that fine. Also, there is a big short attack in Richigamme, but Bardic will make just here this weekend as if we're really the place down the course. 3 months and that Yamaha. Try to say they've been checking the deadlines. They've been dominating the social media chat as well in the last few days or so because it's the New Year's. MotoGP fans have been waiting. Time of series will finally can say. So Superstar Tom from Rask after your viewers moving over to MotoGP next season with the additional Italian shoes on 24 Jack to digest with the boss Gino Gorsoy right now. Simply great to be down there with Gino after the breaking news last week on the truck practice. Finally going to make that switch across. Gino, with respect with the outline yesterday, you didn't about some of the details. Well, even I don't even know. Maybe who knows. But the US team manager to welcome into the team next year. I mean, just how exciting is it? It is the big question. I think the last 10 years of all fans, when they're in a bar, having a drink, is again, and to be on. Let's top back. Last year, I don't know anything like it. So, back to back, young, but that, it's both in the steps up to finish it after the last chapter. Well, I don't know. They've sadly moved from the super bike to modern. Can't you really open up any here? I really don't believe this. Exciting to we get it at the end. What do have top wrap and our day for next year? Will be not easy, but sure, I've been shut down because of 2 fields and everybody can just pick up at the stand. Niche advantage for that money or the bad then. That is a season we only are. It'd be difficult for him, but we are not worried about that. We are really for the new challenge, for the new chapter, and after Yamaha, now we have also to about winners. You mentioned the challenge. I think above everything else, that's what it's going to be for you as a team manager, for the team. Top Rack not only has to learn the bike, the tyres, the padded, so many new circuits as well. How much of your job is going to be making sure that he adapts to everything that's going to be so new to him? Well, yeah, I didn't actually because I need to start to do this with the careers and it's busy. Jag kan inte veta vad det är. Vi vill där bara den gången det är ju typ. But it's an old it's MOTOGP is not easy category. It is difficult. Big time like that. If it didn't never think good word. It's just like you're right there, you know, right guy. It's some for us. It's because they say about the raids or the attitude and talk about the things, you know, he's ready to enhance on this huge challenge and take it head on. Surely the important thing is mindset, these are really good at goals. You chapter, not right, you can be for sign and really that. As they said, I've been wasn't signed before, they haven't done, and signed I've never done later on, so each year, at the place I do, see one to showing speed in our over the MotoGP we got bottom, so well, this is really important for us because it trust what you said, you really trust Yamaha. That is the key. So perhaps Atlas who takes initiative. Just finally, top rank throughout his career. He's had a very good relationship with his crew chief, Phil Norrin. Has been within the Kawasaki, Yamaha, now BMW. During those conversations you had last week, did he request that there was Rudy for Phil to come with him to help that adaptation?
He needs to know them off. Discuss about within the future of vision. What we are if one number, it's 85 up. You saw during that part of this year when the discussion was from this prank girl.
Taxi Tangito, really exciting during that the good one this look at. Yeah, thanks Jack, thanks to Gita Borso. We're just catching the tail end of a replay. We're super full track ash racing and Ralph Fernandez down on the hill, smooth to Gathroyd. I've been on to walk. Super gear on edgy down. Well, in excess of 200 forward smell. That's a real big get up, isn't it? True 8s from Ralph Fernandez. We saw the probably a tag name was Bowels and any damage to the right on his letters. We've already seen the tricky braking zone. And she sent it out to the first quarter to run me and Fabio Ponterama now. You're going to get replays. It's a mistake. It is so easy to make. Decelerating, grabbing a hand to the front brake. We're decelerating from in excess of 360 kilometers an hour. Pinned in 6th gear. Now see all dudes back to the 95, 100 kilometers an hour, turn 1. Yeah, probably I thought better on the industry stake beating down. Just going to end in tears, so he goes through the development. Listen, with motocross skills to practice. We get much to do on Ralph Fernandez. Of course, he was in the sprint in 2023 through turn 8, where Alex Rins of the middle big cluster LCR, under which Alex Rins will be suffer the effects on for the rest of his life, not just for the rest of his Grand Prix career. As Commander Jack, who's got Ralph Fernandez up there. Jack, that was a big one. Big much a big one. And it didn't come at a worse time for Ralph Fernandez as well. It is starting to deceptively for the very famous value. It's been the opportunity to mark this obvious thoughts about Marco Benzecchi and the rings of Salvadori. Hoonigan, you really. Austin stood a slightly updated chassis as well. So these laps this morning, absolutely corn shit, Dorley, and just start to get some rhythm, start to get some kind of feeling with the new updated armrest. A real disaster. Yeah, that's a tough one to take, isn't it? Ralph Fernandez, who never been to this Italian Grand Prix weekend. Tennis lady on time. The other two told tennis 60-pound race in a GP just shows how tough he's found life. And mixing it with the Grand de la Grange at the moment showing some very positive signs as far as the factory approaches are concerned. Is telling the Marco Benzecchi he finds himself, yes, it's very, very early doors of course. So the FT1 will badge flying in the moment on the RSGP. He's put down to 146.404. And the other encouragingly, Marco Benzecchi used his soft time woes in qualifying so far this season. We look at the replay now, that Bagnaia is down at the common time, isn't it? He's going to go in a little bit wide through the long that penalty loop goes Ateco. That's his race taste, Lewis. Over the last 4 or 5 Grand Prix, has been brilliant. It's been good enough all the time with him. He's had, of course, as he makes these pretty well documented qualifying ways. Second fastest he was on the Aragon test. And he said, yeah, that's partly because the issues on him made a breakthrough. With their sort of time attack strategy, with their time attack setup, but he was also beside a caution because he has the reminders. The Aragon test was straight up to a very well rubber. Sure, days of winter rubber on that Aragon surface, so they were always to be very hot laps. But let's hope that Bez has found some solutions to Saturday mornings in particular in qualifying what we put in point two, because his race pace is down, and we'll get a good answer as well this afternoon in Portsmouth. Coming up where the top 10 are decided and Marco Benzecchi will hold, but he can get the job done now and avoid a trip to qualifying Montreal. How that went in Montagnaro, normally had the crash early on each one, had a probably something like that featured 20 of the grid. You didn't on today's one, it really impacts the rest of your weekend. I guess we shouldn't be too surprised or startling to see Benzecchi and Bagnaia both towards the shop, and of course to have each done a million laps around here. Now, Kevin behind you, was great to see Marco on site, 2002 250cc world champion. One of the very few riders in Grand Prix history that won Grand Prix in every category heavily contested. But 125cc winners, he was brilliant, was he, on 250 Mugelo. a bunch of MOTOGP victories as well back in the day. You were pretty handy. It was he wide machine as well, wasn't he, for around a period of time? So good to see Marco Valandro on side. We saw him while Jack was talking to Gino Bolsway, Luke Maridi on the pit wall into the HRC canopy. We're hoping to be joined by Luke Crashley for tomorrow morning's FD2 session in the commentary box. So if you're tuning in tomorrow morning, well, we might have a very special guest joining us. Former come at the KTM bus from just Ridotti also is on the agenda. He's planning to join us this afternoon, so to look forward to the remainder of this weekend. Have to say, it's just brilliant to see Luca Marini here this weekend. He was discharged from hospital over in Japan during the Aragon Grand Prix weekend, and made the flight back to the Europe, considering the sort of serious injuries that Luca had. On top by some insides of HRC that he was actually contemplating maybe riding next weekend out, and that might be a little bit too soon. But it's fantastic to see him looking in dry neck. I mean, because we're out top. You've only got to just look at the list of injuries he had: punctured lung, fractured sternum, a broken left collarbone, ligament damage to it. It sounded horrendous. It was horrendous, and we were thinking the league would be sidelined for quite some time, but it's been nothing but positivity, really. Injuries left hip as well. It was a big crash that he has, of course, back in Suzuka as he was testing ahead of Honda's Suzuka 8-hour outing coming up in the month of July, which looking really isn't getting a title off, and I don't know what's good in the plan anyway. He was doing some testing to help hold around, so they did himself a mischief out there at the FIS and Suzuka Circuit in Japan. So good to see Luca Marini. I'd say I was amazed. I saw him on screen at the Super Lights. It was on last weekend. That was amazing. Amazed how well he did, and this good seeing the on-site this weekend. I suspect Richigamme beats tell any of these MOTOGP riders to wait a little longer to guard on track for the first time since the injury, but you think potentially the double header of the Saxony and Brno is a more realistic return date. Special held this weekend for Fabio Quartararo. The legendary Dragon look. He's always had some very cool special one-off helmets, hasn't he? Fabio Quartararo. Of course, the Italians, as is tradition, started by Valentino Rossi back in the day. Saturday morning, as is where the home favourites will roll out their special cone helmets that they'll campaign for the remainder of the weekend. And now we're back KTM. Well, we know here in Mugelo that top speed will not be an issue because they have the fastest ever top speed history. This Mugelo track, it's all how fast you can blitz down the straights. So true KTM, and history of tough season so far, hasn't it? For the Austrian factory, save for a couple of outstanding rides by Maverick Vinales of late. Some outtakes maybe on the RC60, might be started for a joke. Yeah, once again, it's try to throw as many things at the wall and hope that something sticks, you feel, down at KTM, because all four bikes are different at this current moment. Just to run, you feel it confuses me, it'll confuse you at home. So I think it's like for the riders as well. We've got Pedro Acosta, nice jump club, new rear wigs. We've got Brad Binder, down the mass stuff. That would be some shots. Put Newton right on the rear wing as that previously, so we've got two different combinations there. Go down to Tech 12, where Enrico Bastianini has got one bike with the shark fees and the mats down black, one with nothing and the mats down per, and then Maverick Vinales has got the rear wing, no mats down per, and then Trinson mats down per. It is a mess. We've got 6 different variations. Tell us the story of why KTM are after the moment, trying so hard to eradicate that rear trajectory tube, trying to make sure that it can find something to at least eradicate it ever so slightly. It's not much options out there. Let's hope for that sake that at least one of them works. So yes, like a big spec, doesn't it? So should the new parts, an old parts are doing back-to-backs for the KTM quartet at the moment. Once again, it is Vinales, also to Costa. Costa actually was street places. A bit of a GI specialist, two-time Moto2 with it. In fact, none of two appearances in Moto2 in Mugelo. We were victorious because one of those occasions was the brilliant pizza delivery celebration. I was on the pizza box, particularly at the Belgian score, appreciating that one too much. Acosta off the back of his best drive result of the season so far. Last time out in Oregon, a 4th place drive, the Dolan Ducatis of Alex and Marc Marquez and the Tango Bagnaia. And we've talked about this, haven't we, over the last sort of 3 or 4 Grand Prix also. There is Pedro Costa, week by week, race by race, just seems to be losing more patience. Clearly, he's not happy with the progress that isn't being made as far as he's concerned. Really ask him when he wants to improve for the Blackers. Well, there's not one area, he should improve in every area. Oh, Blackers improvers, do look at Ralph Hernandez. That real big get off down the hill through RBR to 1 turn. That's a cage muddler as far as the Spaniard is concerned. Obviously, he's A-OK, and hopefully they're going to be returning to the action very, very soon. But Costa is finding it very, very difficult to disguise his disappointment and frustration at the moment. Yeah, and given that he finished equally sees the special team, in the expertise, they're pretty good like in on 3 in Aragon, but he wasn't, was he? He covers 2 Grand Prix, intending to be fighting at the very front, and just watching that trio of Ducatis get wide away from him as the race went on. Of course, he was chasing and batting attack up Bagnaia in the first half. That is sure to eat away at the ideal of the MOTO3 MOTO2 World Champions, where the GP expected to fight at the front as he has to his entire career exemplar. And I don't to say after the looking at what the latching with regards to the Ducatis is Lizzie for entry. We also need traction and turning. It's pretty much everything, isn't it? We're just going to stay brief with Mavericks and Yards. Oh, yeah, that down to check in 2 lanes. The Yards, the Mavericks is on course as he comes out of the final corner. Took attention with the chase. Yep, top of the final edge. Early on to this Grand Prix, actually. Top good line to line he goes. Fastest that he goes up to 4th. Losing a couple of tension that final sector. But it is now Vinales who leads the KTM contingent here. Hey, Mugelo. It's been a busy couple of weeks. Track house racing. Good to see Akira back at Shin, having missed the last 2 Grand Prix with that broken leg he suffered at the British Grand Prix. Digger did crash this morning for Ralph Hernandez. And of course, I think everybody very impressed with Manny Gonzalez's performance in the Aragon test. A special present for our MOTO2 challenge from the very good team. Let's find out what they saw then, Manny's performance. Because the Blights Jack is joined by the Ross, David Abrevio. Yeah, I mean, not the ideal start to the weekend, David A. Before we touch on how it's involvement is okay. I've just seen him go on the count on drop, and that wasn't a bad one. Yeah, it was a plus, but not a bunch. Plus, most of the guys that had a shot barrier, well, and then you want shot corner. Well, we did set about there. You could do set, follow, publish donation. I don't know, you get 3 years, you have to play with the location. And so, anyway, the more than is that they did be all of them, but each doing all the actually do on that, you step on what we're talking about. That's a bit. Great to welcome I back to the garage this weekend. It's just, how is it, what is this? How did they ship out of the weekends? Yeah, and it's okay because as soon as you already in the garage, just got to talk about the fight. We are speaking Mr. Kennedy, so it's a padding, so we'll speak later. I'll start to expect some difficulty, maybe in changing direction in some situation, but it's been flawed. The thing if you just, you snaps, it's not, you'll learn a bit, man, right? Rejected on the city. After guys mentioned, I've had to touch on the performance at Mario Gonzalez. I think it was very impressive time today. It's very yesterday to be 2 seconds off the lap record, to learn how to use all the piece Giovanni saying, and it's like, what a thing, you in pricing on how everything's able to go. Yeah, there's the one, it's in which we but the two stuff on the way that you feel, let they smile and everything, and that's what's happened. And yeah, I have to say, he was me bold. I mean, he lost by she was 3-3. Good praise already. Yeah, good lap time, but also a bit good approach, good understanding. Despite there's a lot of, because that's a lot of different, the brakes, the engine power, the Michelin tires and everything. So you think that the Eastland one, second day, you have to allow him to test, and let's see, you need a person to mud on it. Certainly, I thought it was a great idea. You said it was a new initiative that you have to continue going forwards. And at the end of the game, the Ignatius would say thank you. Let's speak for the next year or 2027, because I'm sure they look to get back there again as soon as possible. Yeah, and you get really say that because we make very clear this is like in a present in the sense there's nothing behind that. And you enjoy, of course, you enjoy, was happy. And yeah, so it then. Chelsea at the moment, so that's the indication. It's great to see anyway. Very, very lucky day. There we look at that guys. Back this weekend, then Ted Mugelo. Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks as always to dominate the gaps to see your similar screen team up Sky David Justin Marks, the track out. Now I'm looking this weekend is something to work out for my Buckers. And going into Sunday night time, they just left the Blake off there because he knew they could continue to squeeze the lead, hadn't they? He's likely to watch out in that soft front tyre, soft fracks, which has actually put the 93 in charge of this session. Potentially another couple of last hours coming away in mind this weekend. He's on course for his 100th pole position. He was number 99 last time out in Aragon. Out of number 93, if he does win and go on Sunday, why don't we win number 93? And already has been a fairly illustrious Grand Prix tree. This was Sugas on the inside of Miguel Oliveira, fighting for his future at Comac Yamaha. Just see there, Marv's getting out of shape in the braking zone. He's just going to release the brake here at this point because he knows that if he stays committed, he's not going to end well. Curled up fish-tailing, wasn't he? On the base, he probably would have picked up some slick streak behind Oliveira and just sucked him in that little bit bottom into the first corner. And that maybe just affect Chiddy's judgment on the braking marker. Again, Oliver's on a soft front tyre, but the information on the timing recognised free, so that was another new soft front tyre. As you can see, he has now talked 4 solid and mean rear, but 9 laps on this the rear side, and he started the session all and completed his first 5 laps. But we also see we're inside the Giacchetti box to go a change at Wakenicks going to take up on the island board his second run. Now putting the two brake discs side by side, it couldn't tell whether they were the 325 starting in or the inch again. They'll join in. I think St. Tall Tekabanya is viping the lead. That was indeed the case as some more work days in Tekabanya. There's the only going to spoil in the 2 options, even the C's we saw earlier on. Yes, that's of course the sort of standard 340mm front brake disc, which back now that's made it around, isn't it? The 2025 in the championship haven't taken so far. And I think was the switch to the bigger diameter, the bigger Mass 355s, which ended his the training reach in Aragon up until the Grand Prix on Sunday. But they're likely so far in Mugelo at a circuit where he has not lost since 2021. So we're expecting big things this weekend. That's what his best word so far this morning session on 146.651, which is just over 3.5 tenths behind Marc Marquez. We also saw while we were listening to Dominic Brilio, yet another turn 1 went off this time around. It was from Tedron Costa. Lizzie Rich is just so easily gets sucked into that real charge brake. I was surprised that Marc was maybe struggling to get that agility stopped. A softish spunt. Not going to be giving you exactly a lot of support in the brake shoe. So we're squeezing this on like we ran out of 360 kilometers an hour. Yeah, this is the shortcut that you see the riders take. That is available to them at this stage in the weekend. You could rather going around the Seoul 5.2 kilometers majority of the circuit into the pitch. You can veer off through the right-hander up to over. You miss out Savelli and you go straight through the shop and into Tinley. Because famously qualifying years ago, we saw Maverick Vinales heading down there with Marc Marquez continuing in through the pit lane. This time, of course, Marc Marquez continuing around the racetrack. Loving the ride with Vinales there, works to go so far. This weekend, he felt like in Aragon, he really missed the boat. And it was obvious that Maverick had better pace than what his results suggested. He always thought throughout the weekend he was going to be in that battle for 3rd to 6th place. And when you look at the numbers, it was easy to see why he was so frustrated. He set the 3rd and fastest lap. The 7th place pretty brilliant. It's so nice to start, hit the Grand Prix. So he certainly felt like Maverick was spot on. And what he saw, there was clearly more on the table than a 7th in the sprint and an 18th in the Grand Prix, which he did remount after a clash down into turn 12. We certainly did see from the fact that Miguel is in Aragon. Should we see him set to get himself back? a brilliant performance in qualifying yesterday. It seems like you and your teammate Ozzy Antonio have got a little bit of a pace advantage on everyone else. Is the plan to try to work together? Yeah, we've worked very good together, very good teamwork. It's true, we've all the same things. From my point of view, we are going maybe more have done the others. You never know in this track. Those are classes, what you want to do. You know how will be the rate. This sluggish rate will be very difficult to make a gap for sure. We will try our best, 100% like always, and we will enjoy for sure. Good luck. Thank you. Yes, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Andrew. Alvaro Cockpit on top position for the first time. 1-20 volts for kilometers. Nice and left to the start, pretty straight. Which is over the stick tree, MOTO3. I mean, that could be as much as useful and tanks we're trying to set, and that's going to be a significant function in this Grand Prix. On the front right there for the first time, it's 39 rounds since his own race at Silverstone back in 2023. Just started in the front step, though, good job. Scott, great weekend so far. Touched on Friday, touched in qualifying. What's the plan for this one? Yeah, I go all out. I've done paid the vote for the way today. It's not as player signing Moto3, but I'll do my best and we'll see what we can do. Thank you. Thanks, Jack. Back to Scott on these settles. Very delish, very confident, trying to be just a little direct away in Moto3. Any chance? John McPhee have done it previously. No, we're disputed that with Moto3. 6 a pound. 2022 is today in the day. The Scott Opton side is not just his first win, but what would be his first World Championship time with you. To pay on the green and wall, KTN, his stress of the Mondays, you just saw him. Temi Nambatsa for the lay-up top squad, which aren't happens to full strength this weekend. His teammate after Neves is through injury. Alman 7th, quickest here, and Friday, we have seen Almax a pretty regular feature in the leading groups as of late. These team keys, Korea Stales in Eriding, watch time. Silly to time between we did a lamp star on a Grand Prix total. 10th place on the grid. Chitan start time with Sato. He has missed the top 10 in the last 2 Grand Prix. Gets some late words of encouragement from the desk. A rush by Yama. Trumps in Silverstone, 11th in Aragon. Mr. Sato still 5th overall in the World Championship. He was 4th in the hectic finish of the Grand Prix last year. 4th. And just half a second in the half of the Toyota. He also crashed the last lap 2 years ago in Mugelo while he was fighting inside the top 10. So for Sato, we expect a pretty ferocious fight from the 19-year-old. He made his name right here as a report. He didn't need time for Sato, so we expect big things from him this weekend. Tyre sheet is through for Pirelli. The summer starters hold on the same route. The SC2 medium front tyre, the SC1 soft rear tyre, but 8 more in the feed. Fancy down the exception of John Kelson, done for the soft rear tyre. Kelson, the outlier, he's got the soft front, medium rear. And yeah, Kelso starting 8th, of course, he qualified 9th yesterday. He's able to secure the Friday penalty, lowest qualifying of the year. And Phil Kelso, who's been the star of Saturdays, hasn't he? Searching for this first top 6 in Troy. Still third though in the World Championship is Kelso. It's been a brilliant start 2025 for the riders from Darwin. Nicola Convara, from the Liverpool Strikers team. After he's left twice on the grid. It's Moto3. And mid of pavement and to grid to Brusato and Adrian Fernandez either side of Convara 103 as you say. And for the Strikers team, they have seen Toronto to try to take engagement into drink some fat this season. Can he chase that? On his teammate Richie Russich, the better 17th on the grid. He hasn't qualified higher than 17th in the last 5 Grand Prix. Just going right now through Ricky Rossi, one of the older, because otherwise ahead in Lish Moto3. I started them on Blake World Championship, so just trying to keep themselves clean in the shade. And this was going to be a very hectic and intense 17 lap Moto3 race. Scott Ogden then on the front right of the grid for just the 3rd time in his 67th Grand Prix start. A World Championship leader. I was going to turn the other way, look at the build on a 52-point lead in the World Championship. It's from his first pole position. Can Eagle with a great weekend with a first victory. Avocate leads the field away. In Moto3. Opening to the Mugelo Casino. This is Moto3 at its very best. Top Can't start to play The second time in his career, the first time he's king of times there, though. He has his teammate Jose Antonio Rueda and Britain Stockholm into company all these for roads. First try from both England. Now he's up to Kara Skull, and a Jacob Post with agreement speed. And David Lindos Q1 to 6. Max Kiva's on such a good to do on his lead 6-7. Now to Joe Kelso and David on the third. But all soon that Cameron features time for Assad to lead the ground. And the Richelli at 2 Fernandez. Luke Manetta, the C58 13th out of 2021 when it is Foggia. I really say, I mean, Vicente Perez is back in end life colours after a seat swap with Marcus Ferrion. So he's not 16th on the penalty head of Bridget Rossi and Richigamme. Moodley, Stefano Ninta is 19th out of not too likely Dontini and any O'Shea. Top the return Marcus Ariarte, who's now an MTN KTM rider, 23rd, and attaching all the way through Noah Vila with Valentin Peroni booted from 6th back to 26th on the grid. So strap yourselves in, folks, because this could be the amazing Mugelo certificate of Seahawks. Child out there just San Donato. If you're going to see him 8-9 head of breast on the brakes, go and get the San Donato. Took it throughout this entire 17-lap action. And disappointed as the century riders, we are looking forward to a peloton. Total gap between first and second in 12 previous quite 3 races, not even the 6/10 of a second. 12 previous races here 7 times. The top trace covered by less than a 10th. We always tend to get super hot close battles here. Should close his victory in the lightweight world championship history was in back in 2006. Asia championship picture. That was the Antonio Rueda. There's been 149 points for the Indian countries. The early actually rider who's north of 100 points so far this season. The Spanish talent. They're enjoying a strong end at the moment to the Moto3 World Championship. Each top 4 match tournament of Munoz. Chiles Acarte was the 3rd time Spanish riders have locked out the top 4 at Moto3. It's 12 years. Alex Ritz, Luis Lopez, guys, Alex Barches back for the title in Australia. Did again. That's a Spanish production line of talent doing another phenomenal job. You might have noticed as they came out and watch your second there on the wall that Richigamme. We don't Fini thank God with the giant number 93 in that grandstand. He was told bare minutes from this Mugelo Sergio and probably should be higher than he is in 20th place. His teeny standards on that 7th row of the grid. This crab of the rent. You have Suzuki off the night after the life from the 1-year-old Florence to wind your way through the Tuscany Mountains to get to Mugelo. The roundabouts in the analysis of Boyd Orange Teeny 94 flags out. So yeah, he's certainly not lacking local support here, is he? Luca Leccia, another rider the Italian fans going to be keeping the very close tabs on. He's got a bit of work to do. 13th place on the grid, heading that 5th row is Lunetta. He's a strong reach from form that he did actually set the fastest lap in Aragon. Tops 10 in 6 of the last 8. So Karen Lunetta also have the home crowd on their sleeves singing themselves a horse as they look for an Italian success here in Mugello. This time on the right with a little bit of Dennis Foggia, of course, who is in this field. Foggia actually starting alongside and then 7 modern lap 5th row in 14th place. So when they went up, beautiful clear blue skies here in Mugello. We are set to kick off race day 9 in 2025. Me and Chapter leader Jose Antonio later on the middle of this front row of the grid. We ready, 52 points clear of the showing pack with just 8 rounds completed. The grid is like that, is clearing at the back of the grid. 70 lap selection about to get underway here. Yaks out of the race to give out choice 3. Into Mugelo, it's a really good start. The top position by the number 8, Shuri Park of CarPlay. It's got Tables to arrive as well. 2 from London, 3rd right. Put right Diamond Springer. He's up into deep 3. Right now trying to attack CarPlay instantly on the brakes. As Upton goes from Lenz and then was that. Yep, no, well charged leader Rueda. He's going to get a lick of it. Oh, CarPlay was light as well. Should have through turn 1. As you were, they share the front row as they go into 2. CarPlay Rueda and Upton. Here's roughly line was Al Manchester on the lane part on the East Gate. The team 20 he's now up into big place up behind Dekera. Max Giles is right, who didn't make great progress. He's behind Munoz. Great cut, so he's running in the 9th position. Bigger starts at 6, he's been relegated back to 7th place.
until they drop down there through this Korean cast over and Sibeli Rosato and Yemen goes wide, coming out turn 5 down. They go through 6 and 7 in front of the advanced hatch. Bill's right here in Mugelo and Munoz toughing it out there through the downwards roll. They go through out of the outer one. It's a Guido Gini, he's already undid to the points, the 90 ball, the whole trade round to 50th place, Adam forward in, Trade Dennis Hodger, we're expecting the leading drink to go down all the way to be tail end of the points. Out of Team Jerome there, that's a really aggressive up the sides often. Ashray, at Scarteria, on the way to Monday, started at red 26, he's already got himself in, 8 taste, 8 2 twice, starting a charge early on from the Argentinian. Still not trying to get tracked away with this leading grip. Look at the care, starting right rider on the outside of Rueda. And on the Rueda was being attacked. Decided to touch the contact. And Almanza comes through the gap. He's already into the podium places. You need about to drug. He's now up to 17 twice as the move. So slash. Singly Tito. Carpenter Edwards will lead the field into the turn 15 final team. And that was going to be all the deal, all the slipstream express as they talent out of turn 16. Carpenter has it. The terrific down to clear of his teammate Rueda. And that's done a really very good shot after, as Lewis said, coming from 9th all the way already up into the thick as the Tony and Batson. For a soft as trying to make his time great. He's just looking back at his tree as well. This is nearly become a million big shots. It's like a deep, tight, sixth rest. Almanza getting some good top hands and that. The top street and leaders have just handed out all that to Carte led at the Grand Prix over them. I think she'll leave inside the top 6 right now. He got passed by Migos briefly. This is out some footage from factoring over later as they go through Turks 2 and 3. That Keyless that is knocked out wide coming out. That's turn truly in the 17th. The subtle limits. 9 is quickly starting this race. They gain 8 places already. The Peony stanchion in there. Sleep 2 is what himself. I think to the 20th place already. Started this lap 15. He's already up to 30. That's the next he was one of them. Yeah, there's all the Team Asia riders down there as well, I think. So a good chance for you. From the start as a big tick place. 2 wide is potentially 3 there down. And if Kish could see the big hole that is punched in this leading group B late by Almanza. Keylace took down to 13 to Dix Perez up the end line by Simple down with your time. We'll see Perez in a top chance to serve it. Lucky to side that gap man. Started show they got that aim then. Gatter's got 3 almost the upside front. And that line toward under. And it's going to allow check Ralston through into the lead. So the Australian that leads the Grand Prix for the very first time. So short-lived stint that up at some of the Grand Prix. He also named things in Hotford Cohen Tire. And that's left of Karen Wrestling pathway to it. It's all a bit messy in this league group. Yeah, they just take it away to the China 17 laps. It's very, very difficult to try to climb your way through a Moto3 race such as this. You just got to try and keep yourself as close to the front of the race as often as you can. And even though a sneak streak of 6 or 7 bites back to which is down this main straight. You saw the massage that Carte was leading. And then Drake's it Sandon Archer. I don't even think he was inside the top 6. Carte it is though that will lead that to Strala. Once you get down the slipstream going to Jen, that's Conal. So further down the show, Germany was treated a fast driver. So if Germany's got so much, that 2 was trying to the top 10. Trickiest one on the circuit was Eddie O'Shea. Get the straight trade, picking up the slick stream. Eddie O'Shea, get the stitches in 56 arms. I'm looking through it, took me the song and art. I was always going to wait and go on. 1.2 seconds coming the top 15 riders, and David Almanza's Italian Grand Prix victory hopes have vanished. Munoz ran into the next was Wally that first game. They stayed up. I don't know whether that was connected in an age or Almanza's clash. The bay came together, came down, she stayed up, so Warrior Most, Steam won it. It's on the Molluscan and Max Almanza. They made such a bright start this Grand Prix. It's out of 10 month trade. It's all that Almanza's your left line steamed and you'll take yourself. Munoz comes on the inside and into the side of the next. And Almanza gets contracts there as he tries to come back to the track line. Can't stop often in the way. He's pretty foolish there. The Ram still treats a bit out of his search. He's back run for it. She was blind to the book, through up, leave it a card. I used to get as soon that's what they do finish. Mutilation right now, but I think absolutely if you shade on the only ride on that last of the right, they're going pretty side bar. Stand left in the 156s. Back in the front, it is still Carte that's making the front running. His lead does catch over the line so far here, Majo. He wouldn't have joined the line just to coincide on the Humbler in third place. And that's if running a tangible eye compared to 2 KTMs, the Reggie Hilly. Charo say looking better to use that.
Martin only leading through to Fishy on that he's a 20 yard, and there are only 22 bikes still in the race. They can cheat that in the pack of the fifth attached. Everyone else is in this great trade. With Black Sea, another the great trees. Chapter here, just as Roy him in the shoulder side, because Taroni has big stunning. He's 8th at the moment. They're starting 26. He has to make Christie with this league group, and now he's going to get towed right. Yeah, they've had a good look at the instead of all the alternate amounts of expected. A load of further action after doing that, and I'm going to race against him. Next time that I was, so if it's sort of darked, a dozen bikes. Has in the break he's represented so can't take some. Still needed this on through, but just look at them. You have Sid Gang behind him. Kilo's second. He was the 9th across the finish line, and he went straight down the left-hand side of the racetrack. The shortest run down to Sunday after when Domachuk second riders T-Lezo has stood and that is to around this Mugelo participant. Dolus is the 0.9 seconds covering the top 21 riders. We reached a here close race. Upstairs all snittled the inside of Kelso. Public through turn 5. No prisoners taken there by Vivios. Whenever did he take business? It is though still Carte. Actually, that's looking up super strong. They second place. Victor Onichek. Yeah, he's now to just 7th place. 26 to 7th. 19th place through German bikes already. And the Suns to 3.5 laps. Speaking to you, but to the left of the inside of Arabians. Looking man trying to lead a chart time. Cheap these are that touching batters over the years in Junior GP and the Ripple Rookies MOTOGP King them that who did lose ground is only made progress and these took 3 KTM. At least went the other way. He's put to 15 chart time once again wide going through Clementine. Swimming on the greatly flanks. Then it's a tipsy. A massive G listen. Actually wrestled the lead away for Carte. Richigamme sits the front for the first time, then Mugelo. It's a biscuit, super riders. I mean, you're in the back of this group right now. You'll even enjoy scoring places. That's sure Santo. So then they go away through all the HMs in the final board actions. It's a beautiful tight line there, didn't he? On the 72. Chiles then, and that's for a back to check off lap 10 at 70. Can we make Mugelo every week? This is absolutely phenomenal, isn't it? I mean, like, yeah, Chiles, you clear around the Hackney, was just at the fat start later on 3. He left at the 6.5, he's getting the edited. Mid-edit slipstream. Yeah, it was the rented GCY overseas that we know inside of it. The camera start stretching, and he had to come in, into the back. After Chiles, and then was showing trip check that day. Behind the team, many machines, and look, Terry Spit. Jim was contract that as well. It was jigging his red time, and really was his sprint time. And the two intact teammates were almost collided on the exception of one. There was a 90 seemed like him jigging it. There was a tactical looking to a traction side to it. And they shoot his flip shot. And near the time, this Patrol lap cheating. In this Cody battle, well, actually in this victory, or this will be delighting the Italian fans because the next up treat TD6 game on round win. Kilos has split the IO matches difference. He's just as he goes wide there as they chop through Casanova Civilli. So Max T-Ways and regains the lead. He does not lack confidence, does he? Not tested about that, although he is a little too wide. Turn on the outer box. Splendid sketch champion. Very sparkly. Initially down through Civilli, then through out of the other one. And that's actually back shares the next up. Just as he went out of our pitch there, was running a big wave on the inside of Carthage. They're going through Scartery and Carthage just reacting. Slam the Dolce Foggia. He's out wide now on the 71 Blackwood also Shawman Magellan on Treewinner himself. It's the 2 seconds cover the top try to walk. The stage, good news at least to find out that Terrace of Viewing leaders are 10 shoes. They're to the 3 riders. He's all going down. Garner will see. In the race, to mention, he's still 22 riders short of it. What I'm going to do is just not in this leading crew. Already has 3 different leaders on this lap. Now take Chilas and now comes in try the other old leader. Your world champion leader has hit the front. He's going to get tucked in behind the divvy in that cage here. I'm just trying to see what the slip trip effect is behind him. He got great drive out at 15. Should look at Carter, his cage, and there's absolute walker shoot down the start finish, isn't it? The cameras over the 4 bikes, they're going to pan out. Let's go 6, 7, 8 got pressure the bike zone in the sun. So give me your strip to work game and then on the front. It's Kilos. You've got a big one load in the other front end. That's a CF MOTOGP to muscle over away to straight back into lead. Don't just with the camera stuff though. As soon as he caught up and switched much up, if how many more tempted speed, and we've seen earlier on this year with the cameras. He's a good city, he's a turkey, but he struggled to make those crucial overtakes. So coming back through 15, it's like quickly back to the 36, who's now running in 6th place.
Being his 4th now. He started this lap in 6th place. Now he's treated soft car. I mean, that's like just sitting background down turn 3. the huge banks of orange tea stands over on their streets, rolling on at the local zero. This is delivered by DD. I think so close to this Mugelo circuit nearby Dean though. Some of the riders like Diggs the Flash will be on TD to the mother did win this one. Not to this one shine. It should be the top 15. You had a chance of this. Still locked in was in the slunk through to the bikini. He's now back to 17th place, but he's still in a second in the league. You look at this, the two Italians. Junior Horn says they dropped down through Scar 3, so Dini was briefly I think T3, and now that 15th place as the Lenexa slides through down the hill and turn 10 up to Scar 3. Like to keep like this white things up to take there. Coming through the left hand of Tashi. He still went in second place though, so we've got one championship leader from the rookie kilos. We've got rookies in D as well. Our Genie and Carpate are only still there in the top 10 in 10th place after the incredibly starting anyways. Come on, he's still in it and he's not this leading through and minutes all don't just keep you get out of track. It's just like a great streak up and tracking and attacking those final stages. Now Rich is still all about the slipstream. Later go to the gearbox up to 6th gear and next stop twice she took it up to next and the slipstream over the line we go. I think it's sort of remind them that the ball lead but he's going to swap just another like to Sandinato. He is indeed. Lanetta's come through, Carpe's come through, Vinigos really come through, the camera straight out, only a little bit of fit through this tight first corner. It's going to be sink beside the coast. There's fair and you're rubbing this, Anglon is rubbing this, now you're back at 60 for this pizza bunch of 3 maps on the cameras on the inside now. The Lanetta into Chubay, the cameras up in the second. He's all the best young riders in the game. Sometimes to do this more because of the design and that jumper into it. Coming into Sunday night, so down going 7 or 8 abreast into that first corner. Not on stand should have gone to a tree, just having like it, but that's a factory the second on the Karamas. And now it's promoted on the 73 line. This has been absolutely sensational. I've just thrown it. It was then course for a career by 6th place on the grid yesterday and then the Q2. They've got the penalty after snow riding at the end of Q2. We just set his base lap through to the back area. After the first hand this Grand Prix, remind me that that was we do some in the mean, sorry. 23 places gained. 7.5 left. What's between Fernandi and Munoz? Like that, they rolled out of it, didn't they? The Yosin comes section. Where are we going with that before? When Yosin will be released, I'll say this is just the kind of moment it's true race. There's no touch and then it's recent winner in error the one last time around. There's Netcha will like you want to be inside there. Can't make you tip it, the Netcha favourite on the inside line, your Corataya intentionally away from Carpale. When you're riding to achieve, shoulder meet is the 6th place to me. Italian fans we love Ignition to do with their own ticket this victory back is actually should have this faces and nibble on the inside of get the Camas Rigor's 15 things made him work of the lane time under. Trumpet seems to be on a churn time in the KGMs, particularly through some of these fast corners. Now that it's Ledecta, Carte, Fernandez, Piqueras, Staloni, Munoz, all the map trip set other than yeah we go. You're next getting absolutely blitzed in the slipstream, and now it's Fernandez. We wasted for 3 for the third time. That time with the slipstream now finds Hicks up back into the lead. She less than the natural leading all into the 3 southern arts. Just going to quickly do it. My true standard hard turn. Actually eager to just a time space to race distance in this motor race. And what is the crucial as you're getting to the latter stages of this race is leading up to the finish line out that final corner. Lanetta did lead top. They kind of did it. When they got to the line, actually, you have to understand what this is my life. There's no standard art out. Do she leading group? The corner sure. Those try, don't they? Hit this scenario in Mugelo. The 18th car time, looking back to the 58 of the letter. It's a real shoulder bite, wasn't it? From Munoz, arm Peroni. There you go. Just look at the position. Just made it against. You're taking the data, looking at it, they didn't go down because it was pretty the field contact there between Munoz and Manturan. I have to say, he has got previous as the number 63. At the moment though, Max Duncan and the Kiwi 17, Travelani just his special at the Montreal, split himself into the 56s with that with the help of the slick trim as well. Into car and time we go then. A lap to 8 of 17. It's Carte, the Caravas, Fernandez insert. That should chop through it. Beamed up all this time. Is the World Championship leader away down. He was 8th. He's now back to 10th for the lead. For a solid team race. I'm going to the step. Yeah, we get through the next sector point. I was Antonio Weyer is back in 10th place in this stage. It's not a race to totally check this stage. Can't they? The rest of them on a straight down.
freedom. Some might say you took it a bit, but you can't take it, bring it, can you? When the battle is this frenetic, this hectic. Just look at this league group now. I mean, what's the gap going to do? Let's just check it out. Like, can't tell you, looks like he ruled just about all of them later. I got the live rig over there. To start at 9 of 17. Akate in the lead, down to Plansery in 21st place. Long 25 seconds. Hit us again. They're back. It started. Was treated. He was on the inside of Miguel, picked up his teammate, and then on the outside with Ibleta going Lanetta and Fernandez. Clean. Providing the new flight due was started by having a bit question that takes part TD. TD is completely sideways all the way to San Bernardo. So already got the move done. This when you've got so many Moto3 riders in such a short space. She was then has to check up. There's immediately 2 or 3 on pavement. Do then ultimately have no way to go. TD built I think in a little bit of pull after that. It was a pole lose, and unfortunately with Blinders on the left, it just didn't make the ball enough room. Speak about then placed and tried the turning. Fernandez have the next up. Just Nabbers are now not Steve Twice to straight strong Curry and Haley wanting his early title challenge after Chim but controlling his Thailand and Argentina. He really has struggled for form like nothing that he could do about that one then. It's such a good group. If you get all that 10 team reviews, it's too cute in list twice. Yeah, the strong GP stewards, of course, led by Pilbul colleague Simon Trade Driver. Take a close look at this one. Keep that in mind then. Altini on the 96 rule like he's just there. I'm willing Italian flag Nicholas. He's got through on her way and knows to pull alongside his teammates. Oh, this. He hasn't got a lot of chuck. I think Munoz almost, he was Munoz himself that picked up there. Look at Munoz on the 60 holdback. It's getting up to charge it through. And nice Munoz. Let's see some slightest of issues on the Fernandez. And Dix Fernandez of the Liga's charging and in through the netter. It's tricky one. It's extremely will say. I didn't make contact with anyone. I thought the way I was doing. I'm taking a back set to this yet so much overspeed with the slipstream for the back there, the 6 bikes back to anyone. Obviously, even to chase. Up to go. Good one, Dicta. In our group, I'm not with it. But there was all those contact and all to let things get the dirt because he thought he was going to hit John Calcine. This is cart in the map action. This is the topic. This is really now biting. Actually, both shots through it. She let it is. The back at the front. Still got. Still 7 laps to go. 8 laps to go. It's that cheers goes to his well to finish place. The 2021 Italian Grand Prix winner has had a miserable season when he's returned to Moto3 with the up spots. He decidedly on the fringes of the podium. Chigalish and out the short the start for reason we've been so far in his rookie captain. As Antonio away the world champion lead has been pushed back down to 15th place. 15th place sounds like he's in a spot to bottom. He's only a second away from the leader into the no soon that this intense Mugelo scrap. There's so much some mayhem going on in this Moto3 race. He could very easily just do his 10th place. He's laid and Bridge Steffsing died at Hampton. So she of lies then coming out of her of the activist Pironi goes up the inside of Carpe. Here's Rogi's first, second and third. Then the intra-experienced feature who started 100 Moto2 races to fair today. Mix the one in fifth. Keep an eye on Carrara as well there. Nicola Carrara having his special improve so far. Thursday timing for the V-Zone brand. We talked about the hang nose rest of the shoulders. And the next Antigone that will also right in the bar this batting hour is Chihuahua in its big place. He's at the top 6 in his 39 preview starts Carrara at the moment. Just trying to hold the Fusato in the rankings like turn 15. So it's KTM, KTM is on 4. Then we have Aero Wonders, Carrara and Fusato 5th and 6th. KTM's 3D at Kelso and Bolster with De Guerra trying to complete a top 10 from Yamaha and Ogden. Ninos back to 13th. After that tails with his team a couple of laps ago. These just ahead of Rueda. Sorgia with the slick string was the fastest rider in this Grand Prix. Well, 156.40 and 1. He tries to level Carpe in the brakes. No Sandonado already has done so. And that's it was easy to lead. Old Strode is the front, and that's the Nails, isn't it? Up from Forgia, do all the experience there. Just a wee on the inside of Carpe. So he has gone to that to the front then now. Up to long the leads on the front end of Keyless as they go to return Troy at the 26 on the grid. And then at 11 of 17, Apple leads here in Mugelo. There's still no news on Tommy. There is an eddy section going the way of Guido TD. There's some news. No further action taken after incident. Of course, the incident involved here in Justin Electric Fernandez, but as Hydro triggered it, didn't make any contact. Thing was involved in that. The students have decided that the route is fair. There's continuous nice behind his teammate now takes the lead. Just under the sheet of the down through Casanova and Savelli Keyless. Onto the red pin on the outside, but Dennis Hidalgia, this has come out of absolutely nowhere, hasn't it? Hidalgia really has struggled to make that transition back to Moto3. He's special so far in 6th place in the opening round. He tied up, but he's been here, got it and got the t-shirt and the trophy before it of Mugelo Fodger, and he's at the front. He's pumped in Moto3, which is pretty much assumed. Ticket is red, and when we arrived on Italian soil, Dennis Foggia would win. So stroll, of course, around his honour, and also, of course, as we mentioned before, we're winner here at Mugelo. It is a spot here too. Straight up, stop it. The sun is so Austria. It's terrifying. Damn it. Distinguishing that music, isn't it? Guido Tini, another big name Italian then that topped his house context in his home Grand Prix. Bluff dear. So they get the harm rate down here in the corner. We have established size theory. He's lost the rate that it coming out at current time, and then he just started sliding right around Dodge. Time is behind, did Ash, nobody with July. I can't imagine what Dini was thinking there. You're pretty much doing gas on the exit gone tire on about a 3 bike. That was just about as scary as it gets. It hasn't been a quiet afternoon at home as it think Guido Dini, but it is now. Today, unfortunately, he's on K. Let's just hope we get toy intact. MOTO2 riders at the end of this Grand Prix, because it is fast, it's serious, but it is right on the lyric. T-Lace, so I'll tell you that it is going to get a rookie 1-2-3 with tyre for a Sargent there. You'll lead on the runner 18th place. Here's nothing extra. Guido TD is around about 8 or 9 bikes back. He's not in the picture yet on the intact machine as they come out of the corner and we're waiting to see Guido. There he goes. His contact on the 6th gripper. So I don't know, Mr. One at the stadium, his team, I think it was named yesterday. He was inches away from tripping on through. Just absolutely terrible thing about it. Yes, so it's 10 millimeters away. It's a chattering it too. The stricken KTM are pleading. So there's been so much contact throughout this Grand Prix. Contact which is costing riders the chapter victory here in Mugelo. There's a good top place is Sheffield Battle. This one is Chile still leads. Carpe then in a separate place. Big streak, you'd be really strong in such. We have never had an Argentina rider win in a lightweight world championship race. It could be looking, I think it's 2005 and 250s. So it looks to Porto, the last time an Argentinian rider won a Grand Prix. So much at stake, history back in against the driving. Yes, you jump over 3 goal all I told you on the position before, and we did not do 3, but that's going back a good 5 years. We've now gone as they go across the line. Side lap rating in this MOTO3, and the Peru tires have shrunk down until county down to some riders dropping out of this Grand Prix. It's a group of 10 riders in the race, and the pace is picking up. So it's just not for the Grand Prix to Munoz in 10th place, just about underrated. They're now in the 150 guides, and the taste has ticked up. It's dropped the likes of Buchanan, Ariarte, and Blattery out of play. Keyless and Carto, you really do chuff it out on the brakes into Sandinato. You get indication to start on them. And in tap the score show condition will be on lap time as he about a second away from Colin Byers. Tried to call second last year. Is one of the most relieved riders in Mugelo and right now. GD on the side of Carson. Didn't enter a turn to hand really shift. Eddie O'Shea doing it with that. Lady John through with the contact to keep control of his M-Lab Honda as he went charging through the gravel trap. Just driving on the side of Carpe that now down through Casanova and Savelli. This is where Chiles has been running wide a few times. This time around it's all nice, sleek and tidy. Chiles are now through Belgium to build up. This would be some story, would it, if Chiles was to win the Grand Prix here at a circuit where he was reflected in headlines for all the more breeze and around the Magic he ripped his truck last year. Looks to be waving on the start line, taking out Rouchet immediately, and that got him suspended. He was banning the try to the Rebel Weekly. This would give it payback as far as Chiles has gone concerned. We've seen the best and the worst of the Chiles over the years, as we see Angel de Guerra showing the wrong way to come out of turn number 5. De Guerra needs to try and get himself to the front of the race as soon as he can. He's back in 9th place now. You can just see him ahead of the Ranger at the lead it is, only 99 bites. So the top 2 might shoot me, sort of in the middle of this lead route. And now by the action taken it involving the Zip to Kelson and TD. It is showing this try to take a look at in the end. But as you can see, we decided just to let that one go.
some trade facilities in doing, hasn't he? I'm already keeping on trying to place action on this Moto Street scrap. Scrabble is still once again being led by Kines. Over the line we go. 4 laps to go directly, taking up some police extreme. Can't tell you this back at the sudden speed. There comes the statue and Yaman in it, nobody back Yaman. Something inside him is protection. It's suicide. That's going to be so tight. Every time this league group break into San Donato, you kind of hold your breath. Sometime in the end of last season, he does have some technical all around this. Mugelo, he's tickling him out to the pressure of the final lap. Stivic was totally in position to see something to do it all on his own there this time. For a sharp turn of attack, he is in the middle of the 2 MSI bikes who currently were and the Keras. That's a real good lung flare over his left shoulder. Probably just to try and understand how many riders are in this league room. Oh, that's lovely by Georgia. Best doing that through Castle in Australia. He made that look so easy, Georgia. So he's back at the front. Goldfish back to Mugelo. Plunging out. Starts this big climb up through Arabiata 2. The line entry. Almost team catching the MOTO3, but damn it. Sigai Abdul down. Tuscany is Chile. Scribble will then the white man can't find a way through on car. Patriot Scarp Maria. So it's not trying the same meter through Pelagio on Peroni, no way through him. 2 Japanese riders in this group, but 2 of the most mild-mannered, tall, young men, 11 meets, either Tanner, Yamanaka for Sato, but it's held out halfway on the racetrack. For Sato, just don't pick cut to Yamanaka out of the way as they came through the Arabiata sequence, drew them up into 5th place. Remind you, Sato, like 3 of the floor ahead of him, the expert Gold 3. It's a 12-rider showdown, it's all the win the end. TNS Carpe Peroni, Forsato, and Forgi, Yamanaka, Durama, again through Wade up, Ogden Munoz, and Kelsford. Take your tick, Sean Knight doesn't. They are the 12 in the Hunters. Carrara really won the exit, turn 15. Who's going to get the best slick string? Georgia starts the leaving. Throw a little extra right across the start finish race. Georgia was going to give up the MOTO3. There's nothing that she can do about the slick string. Shimisato, Carpin, Keyless. Attacks the XP with each other. He holds on the 3rd place. Dixie, Carrara then with the green, coming on to County Gamer Dish, and a couple of time in Ludwig the 5th block. Way to through seat. The car there will meet Tyndall lap. You could find yourself big drop to place. It's really not shy, is he? This can't say just flicks his left hand off the handlebar. That's unchaitio. He's not the less the company. Stodgy still right in the second thing. Shurasato, the Richigamme around him, and there is your world champ, Luida. Ozzy Antonio, the Wade after the radar. Is taking the moment if he can be in this MOTO3 race. He's just very quickly picked his way through into 5th place. It's for Wade, keeping a car paired with chaos still around it over the line. That top 12 renewal, which I guess just like now, but covered by less than 3/4 of a second. Achilles Doris' Karte, who's been one of the many stalwarts of this Italian Grand Prix in Moto3. It's going to be a fantastic finish. It's going to be another thrilling climax. There's Turasato companion their way back. On the inside of Rueda into Scarperia. He was Tartan getting you 5 delayed till here in Italy. Way to be the lofty move on him coming through Arabianta 1, but he didn't want to 31 in that Turasato trying to pick off Carpe. Carpe's not going to let that one through easily. Chile's on the inside line as he tries to hit the inside. Why is the safest place in these Moto3 races? Because if you try and contact out, climb back to the inside, you're guaranteed to find a rider in the way who's going to get the strategy spot on. Who's going to give this tragically to the 3rd day? Yeah, at the final point. Floyd coming up to Frank trying a building behind you in terms of the slipstream. And it's on a talk we go. Looks again, big spot here. This habitual lead out of turn 15. Just look at the group splits as they power down the start for this race. Took in the right hand side of the circuit. There was Gironi and Kelso, also Girarlo as well. Sortu, can he resist all the breaks this time around in somehow? So no, we can't cut. There goes the lane way around. He'll lead once again into turn 1. And you'll just dart your way to a side there into San Donato. Didn't they reach 5th and 6th places for a start on the inside? All Chiles, if you will be winning this Italian Grand Prix, of course, these riders only do. It's on this lap shader. It needs to be making your move. You can't appear to be going on to that final lap. 9 or 10 bikes back to get between this top 10. Well, there's cracks out to 9/10 of the second. Which is the biggest gap we've had pretty much on the charge of this Grand Prix. Just shows how tight and close and at times very tough this battle has been in the front of this Italian Grand Prix.
have to say, Carte has done so much of the donkey work at the front, hasn't he? And he's got a couple of light lenses, he drops down through it. I don't think that's a lot. It's only well controlled, man. I don't even try to think who's going to come out. I'll chop them this one. Just don't wait. That's something else. The line into the Carte is going to be in a position where he's safe on the main straight. Look at the Drew closing up behind you. Thought you close yourself as they drop down into Scarpa rear. Trying to touch you a big hole down the start finish straight. The 11 riders going to be buried into. Yeah, what's going through the mind right now over Wader? As Keeler's on the inside of Duganas. Down into common tyre was the much ranked serve Ducati fans who already had that special guest visit this morning from Beggar Bagnages and one like case. Here we go then. One lap to the quarter remaining here. Now what happens been, thankfully, another Magic Mugello race. A MOTO3. Carte looks like it's going to be hat-trick Chile coming out of this penalty. That's lovely, isn't it? Full of Sarto on the inside of Keyless. I think 2-3-3 on turn 15. I think you wanted these three off in with Dykes back here to take on that slick street. Giles, I think that can be the rider with the best positioning at Trusty Stark to fan the lap at this pen chain 3. Climbs it, Carte checks on outside of the race. Charity up the inside line beside the Narta. But look at the field. Fantastic. Don't you looks like an idea? That's Frank Chigo's on Stein. Drew once again. What a story this would be for Stodgia. That's a story that can see for the number 71 on his return to Mugelo in Moto3. I don't think anybody could have predicted this. Nobody saw this coming, having just done one championship 6 this season. I'll always to go some board that sees Toddy House goal. Is he the mechanical there, or was it mistake for the drinks? It's been relegated then to the back of this group in slow play. So Fortune himself. Is it in particular from the what keeper? It might be best taste out of just to think, what are investment ahead trick. The Jello Moto3 race. Anybody's guess? Carte, so many racing. You have so much confidence in yourself there. To back it up with this run beyond going as a building. 3-inch the channel as this close to Championship Riley to Albiata. They're all jostling for track position here to try and make sure they set themselves up for the slingshot. Outside of 50, it's Todja, Carte, Keyless, and Yossi 10 pushing Rowena wide. Rowena's just not getting these meters done on this final lap. He is 210, tipping from here. Keyless now has sat there, a clash. It goes on the side of Carte for a kind time. This is turned to about briefly on deck. He won actually. Well, this high-speed change of direction at the moment is seeing up Moto last on clear sphere at M2. Does Keyless attack? Got you on bouncing Jews. There it is. Keyless here. He does it to the inside. We just have to hit small. It's Keyless. Pull it off. A tactical monster strike here. Jello. Keyless. Shot this in it. We somehow struck the different difficulties. Jeez. It's that is in that agility. It's Jews. Silly Moto shriveled and Richard he takes the checkered flag by just 6. He's a for the second. Carte from 10, you take second. Dodgia from the podium in Moto3. What an outstanding ride by Dodgia. His last podium was in Durham back in 2022. He was even a 10th of the second Moto victory. He was a 6th. Pandu's back. Ravader is stashed. His attack came when he did 2 legs. Torresar chose 6. But Carlos Baroni did it back of the grenade. Calso and Yamanaka in top 10. Took also on live 9th places. Just over. Half a second away. After this true. And the Daniels at your court, St. Keelan's. I neither would stand as well as truly on behind to the MOTO3 World Championship. This from the speed drift. She got started as speed to his journey in Grand Prix racing. He's in second in the last 2 Grand Prix. He's already had on 3 tutorials. Now he's switching through the chief of race to arts, a top position. He's led now the last 3 Grand Prix and he leads on the most significant points of that Mugelo. Classic Moto3 once again delivers a masterpiece in Mugelo. Speed just got steady on the last time that Keyless raced here. He left Mugelo in disgrace. This time he leaves as a Moto3 Globe 3 with a peak on his tactics schedule. He did decide to during the final corner, did decide he went to lead, and he just about dead to run Carte very outside, and we're talking about inches. We're talking about a past the length of the front tyre between Keyless and Carpe. The Lickies go side by side past the line, and it's Chiles who gets the verdict by 6 thousandths of a second to 66 thousandths, covering your India. Used to the game, the tech sheet 6 stars that see you through the ranks. The X-Bar 2, Floyd Martinez Aspires. Polished some rough diamonds down the years into big stars in the Grand Prix paddock. He's got another one of the ducks. That was just phenomenal by Cheetahs. You always sensed that was coming when he made the really through on Karte into Commentator and set him up for the move on Fortune to the last call. And what a way. To kick off Chapter 9 in 2025. 6 thousandths seconds. It is the closest ever Moto3 finish in Mugelo, and we've had some real close ones down the years. Yeah, we've hyped it up. We said it was going to be good. We said it was going to be special. And boy, did Moto3 produce once again, as he mentioned, also 9, not even 6 tenths off in Talladega podium. Just look what this means for Dennis Todgium. Drink was a serial winner in the Moto3 World Championship before he went to Moto2 for the company of really thorough years. Of course, Max Keeler's parts of the Marquez stable. I'm sure Martin really enjoyed the performance from his rising star. I'd like to say, Marquez, with John Darlington late. Mark, you took your first Grand Prix victory at Cambridge Mugelo. Now, the young man that you took on the old wing as part of your management team has just done the same. What are the emotions like? See Max go out and take his first win. Yeah, super happy for it looks like she's what championship with a good shape with a very good mentality that is the most that you can see with a young man either because the talent is there. But me, Alex, and the vertical group where we are trying to support him and just be watching. The kid is there, but just be watching to all come and check out my video, Jan. Magic, thank you. Thank you, Leather. Thank you, Vietnam. I think Mom to the top of these celebrations in full match Chiglets. They showed us simple, totally about wouldn't take them a save venue as Spark Arcade. It's almost like it's Richard is at a command. Speak at the current style by the GP and similarly had just done by the GT. Wonderful scenes there is Mark and Alex Marquez. They do spend so much time training together. With Max Chiles. That's going to give those a little they need a big illustrious until the upcoming by the GT makes over 23 laps of Max Chiles. When he told position in all his first Silverstone, that's now his third consecutive podium. And let's not forget when he burst onto the scene in Austin and led his first ever lap and in World Championship racing years. As some talent, some star of the future. My Martinez Aspar has done it again. I'm glad to say the boss is with you. Yeah, he is just taking the adulation from some of the sponsors here. Oh, hey, wow, what a performance. You found another superstar in Max. Yeah, incredible. Richigamme is your favourite race. 2.1 meter in, 1 month Shori. It's amazing. It's very fast. By a rider. Great talent, listeners, that is speaking out of it. It's full pressure for the win. That is no market also speaking in Araman. If you have a win. Yeah, it is good. I think what catch up your head. Yeah, very good. Congratulations. Shake it so much. Thank you. Now, so there's no trash still on the chicken as because Marquez apparently was going around something. The Q was good at work. Special way with this, isn't it, for 24-year-old Dennis Fortier, the most experienced rider in the Moto3 field. This is Grand Prix start number 140. And that is podium number 24, his first Detroit long years. It's a good rap in 2022. Yeah, he has some really tough time. He never really won a tower from at all, did he? Was sort of 7-part place part names at left Moto3. And she really floundered in the Moto2 World Championship. And the other teacher with the supersizing her fortune for getting back up to speed in Moto3. Well, what's it? Hopefully not get a good one down Chile. Look what it means to Dodgy. He's been in tears as soon as he crossed the line. And when he saw the checkered flag, a real hard ball, third place and 15 checks in Denny. Once this like what team is Aspar and the CF Moto Aspar squad. Be let's take this first victory. See you and Antonio. Celebrations career something Valencia base squad. United shoulders, that must be the short junior small Gerard. She's saying we beat you such a tough time on the last 2.5 years or so. He tries an championship today. It's a big day again. Obviously, I'm telling you, Rueda, he managed to emerge out of that final lap. Yes, that's what I describe it in Czech. There's a vantage of tolerable video. Get pushed light in 8 twice in the end. The journey he's had from 26th of the grid, later at chief stages, and they came through the aim into 8. The chair us on that last lap, you shuffled back to 7. So I was going to tell you away to get another thing into each over his chief championship rival and extends his lead up to 56 country leg. Eric Harvey, very second today, now to the point that Andy Keres, the second ever championship. Really looking forward to these Task made checks with the job sure so many great stories. The first win at full kilos. Just as he won his last. That kid has got something special. He has got the X factor. To get Moto last this the machine team from pretty last year with Devin Alonso. Yeah, John Kelso, I really can't believe it. I mean, Devin Carsh takes off the victory. Another in T9, and of course he was involved in that pretty scary tangle with Guido Tini. Home Zero taken out of contention. This was a retake at that particular battle. It was deemed a race against him quite rightly, but this half scary was this for Tini. Just terrified. You just see as he looks back, and at that stage he's just hoping that he's the cat-like reaction and reflexes of the one who's around, and now he gets to take a massive action. Then it's they did. But it's the team on board. They've talked fair, mate. Jim, it's Kigalis as the smart team get there. Social media content. Won't be surprised if Kigalis is not already trending on social media right now. Because we have just witnessed something special. That's from the 17-year-old Spaniard. What an emotional play with him to return to the top screen for the home crowd here in Mugelo. Great day for Dennis Dodger. He's a giant. Dennis, after arguably the most difficult period of your career at the start of this season, you're from the podium, in Mugelo, all places. What are the emotions like? I thought that was wrong. I thought that is. I tried having teeth. This was the way to went down a bit, and he saw it. He's okay. I tried to the trust. It is going to be because I tried to issue to the door. It's from the city. The triple break, and they say, okay, I need those of the dark. I fear if the break, so other teams and super big onlys, it was it's good as a difficult season for me. The last year, this 2 years, but important is that and the and I'm going to go far away. Great to see that. Congratulations. Yeah, I think it's fair to say that he scored you the 24 Italian Ice Cream Cup. Let's not forget he has won 10 Moto3 races and has done it like 7 Buenos Aires. When tried me, I should work one Moto3 races in history that fortunate. So it's something interesting in these big matches, particularly here in Mugelo. This is off the wall with me, Charles Jose Antonio Rueda, who has a victory. It comes just left his attack now, literally too late. He takes the beginning spirit in some respects in a sure spot, but still pretty serious world champion lead. That's what it means to thought you. There was all the tears on that cool down lap. That's all they see of Moto Rider. There's the special back to tribute helmet. Yeah, he shows that despite all the dark days, he's kept himself fired up, he's kept himself motivated, and he most importantly, he's kept himself fast. A great weekend at Full Hell Road Karting. Position and second in that Grand Prix. He's the the vehicle. They penalty after pulled by yesterday for waiting slowly online. So Gonzalez, he will jump to lead at third. You see the parties with more top three so far this year than Connect. Just a little bit of the second stage right now in 8th place. Back-to-back poles though for Emerson Brazilian Diogo Barabram, the 21-year-old from Sao Paulo, of this part of the Teltrans racing team in their own Grand Prix. Kelly last time out in Aragon, and he lost in the closest ever MOTO2 race in history to Dennis Ollinger. What a race that was 2 weeks ago. And then Kines Larara still leads to steal away. That's a position. Well, what's doing last 1200 Gonzalez. He drinks off in a bit of a last time out. Aragon, we started at 18th place, and this is the reason why he's lost 3 places this afternoon. Getting the way of Denison cheering, qualifying on tune. We did qualify in the end, right next to Gonzalez in 6th place. All the promoter into the 5th place. Gonzalez and vacate. Pretty difficult team. Should he sort of defect Serena Gonzalez as a result of that one. He was given a 3rd place grid penalty, which puts him in 8th position on the grid. What we've seen, interestingly, from Serena Gonzalez this season is when he's led frame to frame. He's a very difficult rider to beat in MOTO2, but he has had more two issues coming back through the field. As good as he's come, I was in Ireland control. She did lose places on the side left, having ticket too much out of his front tire. Did Gonzalez train Fenlona, can he win Troll number 3? That's his challenge today. His post Aragon, he got to taste the special sensation of riding a MotoGP bike for the very first time. A bit about present for his still start in 2025. He was Iger was vacant at track caps at 3 hours GT at the Monday day test. Lots of MotoGP team bosses keeping very close tabs on the progress and performances of Gonzalez. But rather than optimal position, Gonzalez going from the middle of the 3rd row in 8th place, as we mentioned. The like to say here, enjoying a Jack down on the grid. Yeah, he does indeed. Weltering grid. The sun has really come out today. It's pretty warm down here now. Manu, I'm sure frustration with the penalty late last night to drop you down to the 3rd round. It makes life a little bit more challenging. What's the planning to try and get to the front from you? I think this grid is not a promotion. I think the race could be a bit more difficult. That the racing will not change. I think we are more than ready from this race. The race is very light. The tire has to go down. The lot things really go down a lot. We are super strong base, and with the used tire, we need to maintain the car. Then that's up luck in the first lap. Maintain the position and then go lap by lap, and we're taking, maintaining my rhythm, my pace with the best mentality. Thanks, Jack. Thanks to see Matty Gonzalez. Well, let's see if he can back up the talking and back up the confidence. The reason why he does feel like he's certainly going to be a contender in this 90-lap battle. He did lead the field away on Friday morning. He was fastest in FP2 yesterday morning. So he clearly has got the speed to worry. After most starts from around Kinnett and right is Kinnett second in the pole league grid. Lots of talk potentially, but surprisingly, she could bite me with the Austin potentially for the Valencia rider. Very highly rated Aaron Kinnett. One that went off the air actually from the 2 qualifying yesterday. Kinnett was actually from over the grey. You wonder why he is now in 2nd place. He did have a lap time cancelled, subsequently was reinstated by the FIA MotoGP stewards, having deemed him in no position to react to a yellow flag that came up just ahead of him. So she hit to put the figure in 2nd. He did appear just struggling on Friday. He only just straight through to Q2, but it's much more like his old self yesterday. It's 50th in front row start, first Grand Prix career. Beautiful part of the world, as we mentioned before. If you do have a look at the list, like you've got a potential European MotoGP race you'd like to attend, well, we highly recommend that Mugelo. It is something to that super special. Completing you further out the grid then is Albert Arenas for Cassini Racing. His 9th track drive start in Moto2. 27 of the 8 Grand Prix so far this season, with all top 10 but still just the one podium finish in his Moto2 career for the 28-year-old Spaniard. Well, last time out, Dennis Anjou lit up Aragon, didn't he? That sensational, score victory over Diogo Moreira. Anjou in the hunt for back-to-back victories from 5th on the grid, and he is with Jeff. Yeah, let's hope that it's good luck to have a wafting on there that will play it to the grid. So hopefully you're okay with that one, Dennis. You've managed to get it out to the lever suit. So confidence must be sky high after the performance last time out. You must be really ready to go out there and try and do it again. Yes, I don't know, maybe doesn't matter now, I'm received. But regarding the past today's and invasions, I want to enjoy it. Would be really good to go to the game with the yes, because we are throwing a lot, everybody's throwing out ourselves. My idea is just to keep that and try to manage the race. And we'll see the end of the race how it's going on, and you will not tell anybody. Thank you. Then I another like which enjoyable sports to this. They could look to every rider. I could look to himself, of course, as he tries to be the first Turk to win back-to-back races, a Grand Prix history. We mentioned now that the Raiders has had a strong weekend so far here in Mugelo. A stroke rival, they went to the 9th time and then to the World Championship, but he's on the grid projection. Another great performance, Steve qualifying to have yourself up here in contention. What's going to be the key to the race? Because with these temperatures, I imagine looking after that rear time is going to be really Charlesy. Yeah, kind of the job is snowing this weekend. We got the other house, lad. Should everybody waiting now? I see with the bike, and I've been telling you I'm right in here, and I want to keep going during the race. It's going to be tough because of what they did. Lad is trying to put this in for everyone. So they enjoyed the race, and you try to manage as best possible our speed that we have here, and Tajiding it's Palmina Madu. Hassan, thank you. Up to the like 2 Grand Prix for Albert Raid FSC's UC trophy in the World Championship coming into this Mugelo battle. Here is Barry Daltas, who is totally feeling a bit second hand, battered and raised in a real head he gets off into yesterday on the exit of Florence Tire, 3-1 turn 12. Baltus, all things considered, after that massive I started out at turn 12 and did exceptionally well to close the time, getting us to head right through at a 7th place. Television has come through from the Pirelli, and you already heard based on to describing the tyre drop that we're expecting. Everyone in the field is on the SCX Super Salt rear tyre, which will lead some management over the course of this race. Everybody's on the SC, but thanks to I with 4 exceptions. Coming along, so Chick Dixon, but it's some action now, 3 on Plantas. We know Mother Gonzalez slops it alongside Barry Baltas on that 3rd row. Holds the grid completely right 3. It's Danny Holzgardo. It's a really strong qualifying once again by the 20-year-old Spaniard. As you saw on screens, well, you can see still on screens. He has a long quality to serve in this 90-lap Italian Grand Prix. That was after the friendly fire one against the Moto Aspar teammate David Alonso down the hill into turn 12 with Aragon a couple of weeks ago. So Polgada nice on the grid. She will try the long lap, tells you to serve. Just to check on David Alonso, Moto3 with a here last year. He is nursing a slightly damaged finger here this weekend and a hand injury. But he will go from the middle of round 4, hit 11th. David Alonso and Alonso long time start right next to each other on that whole tour. He just saw Alonso Lopez in 12th place. He was definitely at the end of a 2-day test from one of the Descascuro teams last week in Barcelona, which they feel dwarfs some big progress. As you can see here, too, from Tony Arbleo, who goes from 10th. There might only be 2 Descascuros in the top 10 on the grid, but as a collective, they are much better this weekend. So just Tony Arbolino need a big result very, very soon. Just 3 points collected in the last 5 Grand Prix. His Austin podium, Maltz Ashiex scored a dry race top 10. So Descascuro Esteban and so far switch over. They'll have a short the Calex Machino. The second time this year, Maxi Arbolino, it starts a Grand Prix inside the top 10. So Fontanietto there giving some instructions of interview to Guevara on the best route to go down to San Donato, and this is why there's only some account for off the wire. He is such a fast starter. Is he Sandivara generally makes up a couple of rows on the grid from when he starts, and he starts in 13th place, and generally across our Moto2 calendar, Guevara is always at the top of the speed track, so he can have a bit of an advantage on that when you play 1 kilometre main straight. Alongside Navarro on that 5th row is Jake Dixon. He's slipped back down to Fish in the championship now, 33 points behind Mario Gonzalez and Howard Jeanette. A real tough Saturday yesterday for as my VDS Racing, Dixon 40, Felix Sarch in 16th place. His teammate, that Kim O'Clough after the chip ride and led the way on Friday afternoon. And they both thrown it. There was some of the actions of other opposition in that Q2 session. Some very strong words, if you may have called the Alpine VDS Racing team press release yesterday. Strong words. I believe it was Norton down quite a lot as well. Yeah, and they did try and appeal that decision to their MOTOGP stewards, but that idea was rejected. There was contract between San Antonio Pulsar, Diogo Moreira into Corinthian. Well, there wasn't Moreira specifically, and then Sarch and Dixon were unhappy with. And for sure, the two VDS Dos scorers are out of position on the grid. Yeah, I guess you said otherwise. He was out of position on the grid. Is Cedar Aegis. He's at 17th, one place behind for Sanach. Aegis, who really is making big waves in Moto2 right now. He's been top 4 in 3 of the last 4. Also on that 6th row, it's a pretty heavyweight 6th row, isn't it? Joe Roberts, of course, 2024 Mugello winner in Moto2, with others down in 18th place. There's a lot of promise, wasn't there, when Roberts tops Q1 and then was at the wrong end of the time sheet in Q2. So 19 laps under scorching hot sunshine here in Mugello in Moto2. Albert Arenas on the front row of the grid is third place. Canet fights away from second. Can he seize the lead in the World Championship, the outright lead in the World Championship? But back-to-back top positions for Brazilian star Diogo Moreira. And can he win his first Moto2 battle here in Mugello? Cracking entertainment. Last time out, how we got it was the 2 of them 78 Moto2 race in history. Not enough finish place. The street closest finish in intermediate World Championship history, just on the one end it done. Historic round running was doing a great run. It's a hit some great talk, that's like that, hasn't it? The side jump to the right now, he's been top 5. Second in Silver Stadium by a whisker to Aegis. Second in Aragon to Anjou. Clyde, look at the speed in that double. Reduction on the dorsal left on this Moto2 victory is today the day the totally dodges through it. The 21-year-old Brazilian going some contagious issue. The leading in the World Championship is on the line this afternoon. Willie B. Gonzalez for Connect. Tom's ass. The Mugello Irish leading as we head to next weekend. Of course, this Mugello battle serves to 7 double-headers to completely 2025 World Championship campaign. It's always a Connect all the next few rides that could lead the standings going to Assen next weekend. Because Moreira third overall in the standings after this particular third match, but he's 28 points behind as Gonzalez at next. Secretary coming to Pirelli and start this for the 213 50 degrees, and that is why we expect to see potentially a bit of a gentle pace early on and the taste to drop as we go through the race. The SCX, the super soft rear tyre being run by Edric Tondi, reminding you only saw wise in the field. They come for the pad at the front tyre reach, so we could see some riders fast early on but drop as the race unfolds. Shoulder Stallion was a stunner. Punch Lamb was memory. Dylan lies installed next. What has been a real fascinating and intriguing World Championship battle so far in Moto2. Hiccup connecting to the front right for the 50th time in this Grand Prix career. This is front row start number 32 in Moto2. Gonzalez, who once again on the grid, he is not lacking confidence. He does not lack self-belief, does he? Mario Gonzalez. Short window time for him, and he've already made his GT debut for Trackhouse with probably the last time out. A fifth Diogo Moreira, Egypt to become the first Brazilian to win in the Intermediate World Championship. Green flag then is waiting clear at the back of the tax. 92 laps of action either way is very, very shortly. It's like Salmon racing about actually in Tuscany. Dennis Anju, the lead and left and line behind the Cadets. He's trying to wait to his time spot with Rich. Beyond always trying to wait up to second place. Dwight Lodge will tell on his Pilot Rabbit will lead the field. Actually shows clinics with his Tatamar Stella. Instead of Shea Stop a lot is Driti off from 8 to 7. But he is moving out third on the inside of Ramirez going into the turns. There you've got the action. Lillage David Gonzalez. Shorty saw from Milich now. They shut the deck there, Jenny. That's just gone around the outside of Marcos Ramirez. So that's up to the World Championship. Our third, I'm dead for a raid. I'm just all saying next place is just up to 6. Serious. And then a reminder that we saw late on in Aragon. You'll hear the Jala mixing about. Marco Vermeer's Anju. That's just stunning. Start renting out and connect with Blood League's eyes. To see his collision chapter right into Gonzalez. Even when he headed him halfway around this lap 119 of Mugelo. Start by those of the outside line is also Holgard is 16 catch over to let's get on a trick again. Hopefully that's can't say they are running to each other again. Good at the high speed. I don't think that's it. What a wall that is. Around this Mugelo circuit, Gonzalez, Kines, that Shui One Gonzalez, that's down, True Scarteria. You look like it's an aggressive move, it's actually looking like it's ditched. Gonzalez, boy offline, and that's allowed Ramirez to get alongside him. And Reynes is trying to go so close. And Ramirez really drives Smilbingers away from contact with Gonzalez, really tired there. Now I'll have chance to do Vietti to sneak through the inside. Andrew Vera, it was up to 7 days. He has to, in his customary 6 places on this opening lap for Pitchu Sitman on the Hospice Goro. Chasing the Vietti, the folk heroes, continuing shock out. He was 6th on the grid. He's now down in 20th. He's going up to 19th, so the easy 6th place. He has the ultimate play. It's going to depend. Using 20 days. This Triple Pros have been down, and they chip it into the Vietti. He's still there in 6th place, with to take advantage of the Ramirez near collision as he almost ran into the back of Albert Arena. So we can take the first lap with Anshu now, getting past Barrera, not only the finish line. Therefore, 3 things into the second has been everything. Dozens of bars across the line here. Gonzalez back show on Arenas. Yeah, so visually wide there going through that 2 and 3 section. Starting a really good lap to he's I think to the first level 6 places immediately. Turned around the Schissel towards the back end look 2 more squad twice though. Significant Tour against shortly. The Gelo 2024 winner. So Gonzalez backstrom on the Arenas. He can now start working out. Two back on the ball, shoot Rivera and get out of it. Donger Sanders from Jake Dixon is still in the 14th place he started from. His teammate Philip Soach, he's in 10th place. And one of actually just past Baltus to a 9th place. So one of them might be yes, plus scorers. Italy's going forwards. The other still ready started. So now the Kinect covers the one line like that. It's got the inside line then. That's lovely. He just got all the corner speed, all the turbo as they stretch without the other. 1 and 2 chase got strength on the back. That's Vinci Scarperia. It's a huge one with the background for Ramirez, who was pushed wide by Guevara and Salah. Ramirez really getting picked up tightly in these early stages as Danny Oldrado comes in for his one tangle to his head in last, but he was a fit. When he came into Longmall, he does an awesome start to the 27th. Sketchy start this by Ramirez. The struggle was clash into back of Gonzalez. The into turn 10 on the side left. Flemish enough to retaliate on the end of brakes. After this one, streeting left-hander, turn 50. Raiders to go back showing Gonzalez. And Anthony Gonzalez now already seems to dispensed of the 75, but it's got that move to make him again. Trying to take up some substream on his baton streets of your engines. Digs all this did prickish wider on side, giving 152 and 8.6. Despite the fact he lost that 4th place to Arenas. And out of the inside of Anju, Maricas the take 2. Each one there was they. That's it in the lead and like the Toasted cut the inside once again. It's Moreira from 1-2 and Connect with a rain that stalls. James Shaw is pretty happy and fifth. He's got away with that leading group as the China management begins.
Some ages, we mentioned 3 race still have a stealth, but he's having a MOTO2 right now, and he is really suffering the
Later, she shared the twice bound shot with Charlie's at the end of the last half, and now he's running his way quickly through on does Connect and on. This is the best receiver of Jumbo Later for twice sub-saving MOTO2. He's really got the guts of here. Yeah, and that being Sandanato is allowing this leading group to close up. Richigamme and Salach Casey old just let's give off. 2 cuts of Risvelli on the check. He's very much on the move. He's up to 7th now. Here comes Ramirez. I thought he is. He's going just to squeeze Moreira up to the outside going through turn 10. So Albert Arenas, he started from the degree at 3rd place. He was touched back behind Gonzalez, brief 6 of 5th on the tree this lap. So in a lap East test, Jeanette Moreira on shoe with Gonzalez. Revs the last time anyone was able to do that, and I'm sorry too. Getting there is one thing, staying there is another. Other rails doesn't do be all careful, but he's not taking Jingle down on SCX rear tyre, so he's to leave that on the 75 and has already caught 3 or 4 bike lengths into Moreira. Would be trying to intimidate Scott Moreira, but ultimately had to give that lead up. But as they come onto the main street now, it's complete black tree. It's a leading group, around 9 riders now, and that's Sarge Devara Baltus group taking on to the back. Mike Nass, this is MOTO2 start 85. Has only ever had one 20 finish. Treaty, see what he is. You tip an option and then try to destroy that quickly braking zone. That's the about a traditional long way. She has played that big flash. I seem to have fired the Spanish rider for on a 3 world championship. So he's going to trap it now to K7. It's time in 7 whenever it is. Able to this one from written if it's doing the way under there up to Paul Cinerina's trying to move on to. This time it's Moreira trying in already. That's stick 75 3Ks to lead again. What is happening to those 2 should each one is live this big? Should rid of this thing up on the action. Let's do that. He's not the last 2 at Silverstone. Find it out again have been classics. Down through a cast and over and similar to go. Our fireman laughing at 19. We're on door with Moreira. Perfect view of Arenas. They crawl down through the hill. Several times in the spectacular adulation around the Gillette. Remember we got to 1. And now how do we have to 2? The wonder is somebody nice selected Alpha, so some cheers. Then all the women are those 2 units just not much time was always through a cleaner a bit to 2 to the tall sits. No, it was in Morris restaurants down the outside as so no. That's just rolled off the flat of that briefly because he saw the grass and dust coming very quickly. So straight at the back we've got Vietti in 6th. There's Bavaro in 8th place. Salak should they other Baltus. To look at them back to Marco Ramirez in tennis. Lug chase in, they've toyed to the man for all till the end. They all look Alonso and Dixon. But it now it's perfect still. Swan Jake Dixon back in 16th place. He did a 51A last time around, down half a second slower than the race leader Arenas who was going. But they said it's still a very early stage. Dixon is on me. 2.9 seconds off the lead. It might be hoping that the race comes to it later on. So the she'll have 19 in the Dixon stream away. That's this Connect sacrifice Davis or Steph review now. Done some of this with a tiered live stood through and this guy sees the inside line. He's got the initiative on. Back comes on the Dreasley. Now Lainess just sees that inside line, perhaps him in the inside curve. Just should have to slip through that. Neck was not able to control the speed. Quickly to Fuzzy just so that 1 meter will fly and Arena said thank you very much. Straight back through. That didn't lie. Tell me Lainess down to balance. It's coming by less than 2 seconds. Yes, she makes a bit of a maze turn short. The team just basically got leaving Unshoot for the first 2 or 3 quarters of the lap. Unshoot really did break it out around the outside of turn 1, knowing that he would get in the inside line for turn 2. And Unshoot held on to that fix twice, and he very quickly shook up Vietti, who skated wide and has dropped back to 9th down. So they're just your sets, folks. This is MOTO2, not MOTO3 we're watching right now. It's so tight at the front lines of the game. Does he? Strip Soak 2 in 2025 is Connect. Cover for him, young white down into Scarf Tire. How many mega speed made in this Grand 340 lead? Down the hill, the show and take. You've got to be control accurate there. All the brakes just slowly to room wide or tuck the front down the hill. Which Connect then that is the front. The two wheel battles of victory, Aragon, and now side by side again. 15th and 5th, Morera, Dulles is on tube. I also think that is Salach, 16th, then McGregor, who's got himself up into 6th place. The leading Bosca Scara at this stage of the World Prix. Desperate Scaras 6th and 7th. Yeah, Ryan Russell, this Ridge pack is alongside here, just Dixon Rollins to 13th place. Dixon, the moment still the back end of the choice coming place is extra deep. So now Net has decided to take charge of this Mugelo Grand Prix. He's going to lead the freight train over the fish, having a fish chance to dribble out the right as the glass. They have the advantage only at that ball stance of the sections. Yips again with a bullshit or bike stick through out. Here comes Arlen. It's going to be Torres. He's a lean on Gannett going through San Donato. The two main championship rivals tied together in long native joints in the Tucky Championship. I was pushed short through San Donato to Linus. There's other still leads. Why so much? I'd be in a really good position there in 6th place. Is that he's on the medium flank chart. Walling around the inside of Dennis Onshu there. He's Connaughton at the 8th side of the set. Shaking. Going to see Mike happen at the vintage as it turns to Frankfurt at the end of this race. No, it's leading group is on that medium side. It's just mega race to get more than the MOTO2 here with Richigamme, isn't it? Usually drive out alongside it. Aggressively played by Salach. How are you doing? It just says triple at an easy great tie right now. But surely the lead Portugal gun out of the Artichoke 6 at 19. It is seen Alroyna stops leading. Jeanette is 2nd place. Best Salach Joel Cheater tried to suck through another 3 this time. How easy it is to make a mistake down the hard-braking zone to turn 10. This on Juice 7 was so close to disaster there, wasn't he? He did a superb job to stay on 2 wheels and on 2. He's still fighting, but back to Van Wert is dead. Higher than down to the turn. He's grateful he's only in 7th place and not on the deck. That was Sutton place. It's never ever told us when the 53 is around the race. Then still leading this Grand Prix. Leading pace is Timmy off now into the mid-to-May 151s. But start the race from only one in the race is in the 50s, of course, from Manu Denzale. So we already starting to see signs of that pace chatting off. You can see to already the leading grid about the tench and kind of just anchor 2 seconds. Big Sudi Blake's moments is really good on that run down to San Donato. It's a long mid-range. R2's turn 16 is 120. Actually, Tim Winters, you've got to do a lot of leading down the start finish right here, but he's Ian King down. He's looking comfortable. Linus has touched how his critics return with time on his ventral. It's right to a 2 for here. Still a long lead. What he's done with the Chula. We're even talking 7 of 19, but he's holding up his end of the bargain right now. Barry Belcher still the seal of the leading 18 8th place. That's really all anywhere at this stage. He was in the 52s last time around. Just check here that Joy just got clear. Don't even speak to themselves and Salach was busy blooded Gamara. I'm just to San Donato last time around. Dinjalas now with a wider line down to Casanova Savannah giving the inside line for Arabiata. I think on championship lead edge the front. What they said to Jack on the grit. I had to be told that you look like doing some of the back. Please show start a clean start and then I could just start taking them off one by one. Well, he started 8th and now he's back in a very familiar T1. 2020 sliders, Mario Gonzalez will quickly do that now as Lee Tarmac and ahead of him. We're looking back to the 75s of Arenas. 2020 -3 world champion. 2020 was the last time Arenas was continuous. Ahead of Grand Prix. Sure if you're that you want to we go. That list, which is so smooth, so calm. There is something to capture then have a drink of air and start. We'll set up to 3 clicks in a second. So yeah, Sars going to be careful that he's not going to get too detached. And, you know, Manu Gonzalez is such a good fun and this victory is all doing Fontaine decision so far this season. So it's kind of intention here to the chasing group to as they Gonzalez to get into his rhythm in front of the race and a race is Troy to fight that. Capture luck there, isn't it? I mean, you don't say that until he's the lightest of this lead, Soltex, as he just does. Have it up with this people, the tracks, a late 8 place going through San Donato. As good as he is in terms of the slick stream at top speed, to say, wait, she lays a sharp. Well, the blades, does the into San Donato as well. The gap between around to Archery, referee Stephen States, and trapped something, Dundee getting in a harm tense. The second, Salas desperately keeping himself in his try 151s. He's trying to go with this tough scene. He's gone Guevara, Olju, Baltus, and Vietti to company behind him as well. He's away with him and right at turn 4. Justin Vietti's now trying to recover his lead battery. He's just gone back through on sets. He's now into place, just up behind Unju, and outside of the ticked on this ball. Vietti was the fastest rider on track. Just back out the towards the going halfway round lap 8 and lap 90. Comes up a little bit out of shape as he squeezed the front brake on down into Scar 3. That turn 10 was on so Unju. Almost top of the dust and then going through turn 11 to Lazio. It's shot conditions with a track temperature sizzling over 50 degrees. We're seeing whiteness at big moments onward, particularly on the front. This time out is more rarely that he went down. Surely that slide, and he's so keen in picking and to be leading this group, so you're not getting the hot air on your front tire. For those about even in MOTO2. Legend he's there with Diogo Moreira, the gap, and Salant is now just about nudged to blow on the second dangerous place. So Leader to 4 in danger of Skeptic clear now. Yeah, had the mind with Salat goes on, but injured bounces. Seems then don't have the taste of our neutral what's and time to ride on board with the Dini Gonzalez just to thank you. Shuzi Gadget's close to 300 kilometers and exhausted troops. He's able to just seize at the inside line. It's not nine. That's particularly hotly stylized Spaniards. Text didn't aim that once, more did like Gonzalez. As we saw was the counter, he was about 298 drummer style. So Gonzalez once again back up the flags out and step toward. Yeah, the Sergeant Puertas dropping down the order, but he is still running with the leading. So he's second place. This will be the ball leading. The order by the number 9. He was crashed out. He was running in 24th. So down through Casanova and Sibeli we go. Gonzalez back out the front. He's beaten him before, wasn't able to sort of make any kind of decisive break. He's making a dash trying to go with him as and Navarro walked to the way from his spill back to 1. Through the back, started Jets, Sweden. It's positive, seeing him finish 5th place. It's just too Dennis. It was to August, maybe the slip train. I think it was on Unju, but there was during Salaf already in the first sector, so she'll be into the slip trim coming into play. This hasn't been able to pull out the advantage that he'd have hoped for on this 9th lap of 19. He's not going to be clear of attack from Arenas down the mainstream. You know how much studying line speed Arenas has on that Brasini. Calex, this is that battle finish. Guys, 2 line to receive battle from any another 3 victory over the years. Ethan Debal on the clear. He missed out the leading Bosco Speedway ahead of the so too. Dave Salar English lap alongside Moto3 when he had last year's drew himself up into the top 10 as the Yeti. And that takes battle through as long as it's only so chops and sheer money. So all them that night. He has 2 try assists. They don't like him, but there's a loose ball line. Almost 2 tenths of a second. He's half the second to the option now. Now he's been running. 2 touches this just further down between option and Nirvana. Sorry that he's on the fight. Imchik standing on to him. He's all mentioned, isn't he? The aggressive to the boy mate doesn't look like he's on keys. It's about victories in Moto2. Just about to his own meter side there. Yeah, excellent. Okay, so Jude, as you saw there, also Joel Salah, John Miss. White as well, touching on just 2 tickets at half race distance. So we've now got Guevara as a continual lead. Strollers. The Itchies will click from the very start of this weekend. After a strong test to the Speed RS team in Barcelona last week, the Itchy will now be looking to try and get himself to the front of that second group. And you can see how absolutely Alonso is working his way back into use. So Baltus, Salash, the Itchy battle. And the real taste. It's already at least standing behind himself. Too interesting here as they move into the second half usually is to see what Alonso's going to offer in terms of the top 6 or better. Mr. Richard, that's the US to sell that shoots like he's going to get ticked so busy to me, isn't it? 5 punches, there is Alonso on the into Perindra particularly has jumped all over Salach. This battle with Daltus. Salach is really suffering, isn't he? He is really struggling. He can't get that. Duska's being a turn. That's all. It's a bit of a fantastic right now. It's a check rider. He's just eating too much out of his tyres, making that many tires stupid. 16th on the drills. Hey, straight. Please, reversing down the order. And also, who's also on the medium frame tyre, is now the leading runner in the race. In that particular front tyre, the AC2. Alonso into 9th place now. Yeah, he's had a real strong 2 or 3 last laps. So this is passing on 2 years. To race, with padlock, it's Gonzalez. I said, you can see he's up this Grand Prix so far, he's the full attempt to kill it. Oh, but man, you know, so it's on Juge. So it's Red Bull K2i machine on the inside. Deuxième. Took Stevie into standing out, so you can see the leaker into the top left-hand corner above you with squeeze. Connect clears it was third place. He's just starting to lose a bit of touch with Gonzalez on the rightness ahead of him. He can't shake off the attention around behind him. We're not just a 3 tenths back and forth. The top team light is still in the 161s. Nobody else is in that kind of pace bracket. 52 zeros for Galaranchu and Vietti. Salas in the 63s on the last lap as he was dropping back down the order. Salas down back to James. His teammate Jake Dixon. He's on the final tips just showing what lapping 15. He's now lost up to Celerators. He's stuck in 60 into the Hollywood School. Floyd Ashley Dixon pretty much outside the twice scoring places. Then now it's to the team weekend. Silver Dixon, a real damaging weekend. You feel through his chaps pastellations. He's already 33. Church behind Gonzalez and Cadet. Will meet Mugelo, and he can see Gonzalez and Cadet warm way up the road and losing all ground in terms of the championship battle. Wrong end of the round, you can hear it spinning on that to really tie on the gas, coming through Cointai and Fatty Lucky. Marcus still going to lose it. Keep on to dance. As they get to the level, what takes into turn 15. Now they just concentrate like an XE and then pick up the slingshot, pick up the slick tree behind Cadet. And then lately Township on the voice into Sunday night. I'm going to run with fumble, which then out of 16 we go. Down this long, steaming the end of the stop. One thing is up there, extend to the straight. I've got a time to wind up, going under not all color. The side sound is going too easy. The back end, off top, left 11, super. 83, they totally the stops. Yeah, and we don't need to did all that stuff Gonzalez and Arrayas constantly kings is in. Gonzalez down the main straight. Avery rolled around. True fingertips back. He's able to bring us up back up to the rear tyre again. At the 10 they get to Saminato and credit to the Supply. There he is. Hang on nicely to the World Championship leader. But are they should go totally in this over the toast to Morera. He's treating himself not to tap the rhythm. We like to see also light something to run a rear tyre on the exit turn 5. Chop out through Casanova Absabelli. There's sons of these. Tapped hillsides, the scores hillside through in the mix of a bit of a guillotine anyways right now. The action pretty obvious for this Moto2 battle. 6 off over this lap, we are seeing Morera starting to pin his in on the back of the arena. So Morera sees dropping back slightly from Gonzalez, which of course he wins back once we get onto the main straight. So we see what good on those is the one to engage to achieve for these sectors to see just how much time Morera does close in. We're on the 2 ahead of him. Or you clearly wanted to make that move on and then quickly. Didn't want to leave himself too much to do in the latter stages. We've still got another 7 laps to go at the end of this one. Salas just continues to move down through the field. He's just being ticked up by Ramirez. And Salas now drifting outside of the top 10. What has Canet done in response to this late surge from Morera? We saw how good Morera was late on in Aragon. He hit the front, didn't he, to the first time on the last run against Archie, but just could not quite hold Osterturk to the finish line. Gonzalez in over there. He's about 2 start laps with team of 19. With Sagadi, so the Dritches lead out to about 3.5 to separate. He's done it right out 16. Just Gonzalez. That just like sure that he's not allowing Alanis to attack him on the plate to sap the data. He's the only one in having the multi-dual use Gonzalez. Reyes, Morera, Ancient, and all getting them 62. So actually, Morera did lose time on behind in third place. So it looks like a Reyes at the only one at the moment. We saw the home of Keita Gonzalez inside. Morera at this stage doesn't have the pace to chase them down. Salah is in a shoulder near the pain right now, and you can see he's dropped down to 13th. See back chilling and go where he's right in this battle, wasn't he, with the likes of Vietti, Guevara, Baltus and Jones. He's doing all of this, Salah has to keep himself in the points scoring places. His teammate Dixon down in 16th place. This has been a forgettable weekend. So that was part of it, it's racing. A real tough issue time there, Mugelo. This, back to this, isn't it, for 7th place at the moment. Yeah, look at the 7 dropping down through 10. and they turn it into Kavar with the sole dig through West to skill line. In the Deutsch, Charlie Arbolino after that promising qualifying. It is plummeted out on the Deutsch. Arbolino is back in 17th place now. I think in the high 152s. Yeah, it's been tells you to watch Arbolino is now a proven MOTO2 winning talent. In previous years on the Galax, the best showing it to the Dusker School of Drivers. I've been too small to tap out here to Arbolino. His dismal recent one is going to continue, as he mentioned, 3 races, just 3 points in the last tried Grand Prix since the Austin podium in those wet conditions in Texas. Can't get a chew to the dry at all out of the Dusker School. This is the biggest lead that the kids all this is established to boy that is the top of line to pump between lap 30. He slipped up just shy of chart the second as he finally into Pineway to the resistance of Arenas. Something that is to have broken the resistance of Herrera and Jeanette. They can't get back to meet 51s. Gonzalez, they're still in the World 51s and it took the World Championship essentially. Dictated for Mario Gonzalez, having started 8, 6 places behind. Is total leader in the World Championship. Aaron Jeanette took the flag out now. Gonzalez will extend that lead back out to 12 points. Yeah, you can just see how hard Arenas is having to work on that Crescini machine just to try and keep tabs in with Gonzalez. And this could be deep dive. We'll see how that. Yeah, it's over half a second now through sector. It's corrupted by another 10 through sector 2. So it looks like Arenas is just had a grip late. So I'm running out of pace late till it's the victory. The way with looking well set, but just it's separated Moto2 towed him. The gap between him and Herrera sort of stabilise around a second. District Mostoyon so the back and looking to see if David Lop so he can get himself on turns with that crew to the ground and about him, but he is chipping away. Had that advantage. Took a little tense on the last side. You can just see the number 8, the Moto3 World Champion in the back of the picture. It's just largely closing in on this brutal fill, and in fact leads a big place. So that took 6.9 pushed to the air through Alonso, which would be some recovery after around what the first lap. Yes, boys, somebody I believe there was, but he's now down in 19th place. He stick there, ticks up by Sasaki and Palagard and Olgado. Always going to be hard work for him here in Mugelo with a long enough penalty, but he has climbed himself now up to 17th place. He's getting issues starting on Dix as well. You bring that back soon, Banzers. Stays to envelope with Kinenden. That's good to short. Really well established in terms of the championships. Gonzalez, he's going to. And Lovey be run on the lobby to the first call, but that's the classic broadcaster. He just occupied the space that Malaro wanted the second as indeed he packs third place. Dealing with them lose just the 9 points to Manny Gonzalez in the World Championship. We just cannot shake hands. Oh, that's already nice. The advantage still around that half-second mark. 52 to Gonzalez, loses to 52-1. They're just blinded, so very little to do through the top 2 in terms of pace. They're in the mid-52s. This Morera connect that till they're now over 2 seconds off the race lead. Sure, because he's got himself back inside the top 10. It's been a decent second half to this Grand Tour for the Californian on board with the red. Through the third gear, 160 kilometers an hour in the chair down the inside through Ambienta once. Borders of the Grand Prix calendar, which really does get the adrenaline flowing through the veins. Then now down to turn 10. About good to Laggio, there you'll come over one of 7 blind cracks here. Ahead with Yellow to attack on the front end into Colantaya, turn 12. This might be the lap. This might be the lap where Arena sees resistance is finally ended. Gonzalez about to Winston now leads off pin second. It's Uridos at 1 second as they come through the third sector. Sorry, he's doing that for a chase of the little championship leader, but Albert Arenas now has to just look down and try and settle the ball. Well, what do you? Results in the Moto2 class. His first time in 2 years. This is a disaster for Dixon. He's been ticked up now by Holgado and Sasaki off this current lap. It's just been nowhere in this Grand Prix. Unfortunately, as the Brittasi mentioned, a real damaging day. Saw his challenge passed away. He's going to be going to Asim. Let's reach it. Sighted that what was it? Connected it a couple of laps ago. That was an ability to revenge being inflicted by Herrera. Really, did you battle this? Isn't it between number for this trial of life? Should have told you. Seen throughout this season, the other Morera never knows what he's beaten. A couple of times in the races, he hit it quickly, but didn't shake it off. in the battle for a podium position. And of course, Morera with that late, well, it's a very early success victory from MOTO2 in Aragon. It is a very difficult rider to defeat today. It's a battle. Alonso's charge through the pack continues. He's just got 8 just is 8/10 of a second behind Guevara, who's losing touch with Mugelo and Vietti directly ahead of him. To stand it outside, but that wasn't it. Dive Morera. He's got a ball on here though. He's third in the World Championship. That's once again down in 2:10. Ouch. This is both of them. So it should be fair, pushing that traumatic front tyre. Loads of just trying getting stuck in underneath them as Connect gets back into third then. We saw this time that way from Claudia back on the bottom, didn't we, as well? Earlier in the year when we know Jeanette was able to win that particular tussle. Compare the match Chustig over Vietti is still holding stitch place, and Dennis on two for company. Vietti the lead in your Boston school, though. The more match see about 22 103 Chappie's fine, and Guevara versus also really interesting mind that come along. So give it out to Loris. Starboard to that side of the point at the end of the slam. He might yet still salvage top 6. Said that all comes on. There's no question about that. With 3 blacks to go by very shortly. Let's go to all this towels over the finish line. These increases lead out to 1.2 seconds. 3-1. Yeah, the power. Leads Troy 7-6 Flyers CCA Juniors 8 Whale as they go into which hold Canute. So I get up the ladder, but it's just in on the keeping shoe off around, straight the patron. Shed that unless isn't it between Rivera. There's Dontak. There was another team King Chat. There was Magley, 2 motorcycles were going to face and that racing line showing through turn 3. You get up to the pole boom on John Grinamara, you better make sure it sticks. It does it. He is coming straight that Drew again, and Morera. It's a PSI and yet another visit to the podium. It will be 3 in a round if he didn't win this battle with average and the ram, and he feel white in it. Gonzalez that here's a genuine tyre in this battle for the World Championship, but could be inside each other a bit at yeah, they both probably won't be stood in place. Rivera hasn't died line to out the attitude, trying to take us really long years. This 6 of Brazil, that's 3 suggested parties. Alex Dallas in MOTOGP. Say if it doesn't get to they lead each other. They swap time once again depending to Scarperia. Once again knows Kinet has found herself back in third place. While this is all going on, Kinet and Rivera dashing each other around Mugelo. This is going to potentially bring the likes of Jetty or the Jim Travis for head up. Objection already on this lap. They've lost half a second. They've lost 4. So on this lap, Morera is field is 2.7 seconds out of Vietti. It's already captured them. Point fair. Vietti has calmed. Yeah, it's already on this lap between the Tony and Battle. He might change this yet. Yeah, because Vietti's shouting inside his shoulder. I do want the other go to this taxi going. It was a little bit wide there. A little like a 316 out of was Morera. Was he just maybe straight with the wide lines, maybe get a real silliness shot down this start finish right. Trying to cover the slipstream once to go. So this is still a ring of China. There's chip things to it out the sideline. Once again, the shallow pass. Oh boy, yep, Chidovic. Makes you stability dusty if you don't choose him. And once the keep of Rowlauser, you can just see how eager he was again. Taking the trophy, a big little spill around. Well, this is just like deja vu from the last time, isn't it? As Felice again, and I think is going through territory. Once again now. The net is a good advantage back. So Yeti's now just a second behind them from one tight side of Estonia, whatever. At the end of this at the way this is going on, it's going to be not a 2-way tight until we do potentially pace to 5 or 6-lane pike. Remember, right behind Yeti, we are on Shoe, Guevara, and then sorry. Back at the stroke, the gap between Gonzalez and Reyes is stretched out to 1.6 seconds. This highlight over in Mugelo between Janelle and Morera is seen those two slip. They've done over a second, 2 seconds, almost 3 behind. Elenas. Actually, the other 2.1 is he is then behind Morera. There he is on the 13 barge. The Italian fans are going to be desperate to see if he can deliver some length fireworks here. What Vietti needs, so it's a more scheduling between Chanel and Morera was a different, doesn't he? Last time from the outside, I think he might get it. It's the other Morera is not good to off place and take the 13 points. No danger, hold tack. Gonzalez is 1.8 seconds clear of a Reyes now. Who's heading to his 5th win in 2025. There's any sort of doubt of whether he can fight his way through the day. So continue to look where his previous wins have all been from pole. Gonzalez is late from the grid. There's still a supreme jet of Tiki the White is in front of the one.
Steadying the ship somewhat after
Raced in after Silver started in a lowly 9th place from 18th. 8 hours ago the last time. And obviously like all North Tour, but this top up should be reserved in the 2025 MOTO2 World Championship as Gonzalez Stinger the final lap. Lloyd was clear of the leg who's clearly just settling the second place. And hopefully he is settling for third the while in front. I'm going to do that and the Mets. Once again, true standing out to how many times have these two leaned on each other as your turns 1, 2, and 3. Now the name is Vietti coming through your picture now as Drew turned side as Vietti still came up with the Lambier. Just the other one ever couldn't ultimately made that mistake. Their teams leaned on each other. You mentioned both of them are absolutely loving this, although the other of them is going to have to set it to a place up the podium and not cancel. They both might have to. Actually quite just to need one or maybe 2 more laps to really in the stick of this battle. He's really struggling in all that, isn't he? Now you look at the it's all corn speeding, all that coming straight in. Brush the valley, there was winding up that place through the alley after all. He showed Jeanette, this container not ways from you turn a real pub, you know, to take it all start here. It was all the challenge sling on the inside of Kinabos again. Of course, he jumped traveling, he flips right. It's me, General Vietti, kept it on the early arena. That's a scrappish as it was all between Kidnex and Rivera. I'm not just took it up here. See, it's at the tech train in a here to be so I'm proud. It's got doing this. He should get into the car. It might just have a sweat stream done this maze straight. It might just a tiny different section. It's got McKinnis to getting potato chini. Chutney leaf more than a double this straight, or is he getting a turtle? Saying it out. Fluid spatchy, so the flights in the Tony was really heads up this Italian Grand Prix, but Richigamme savouring that one more. I think she's just doing that Tammy, the guys there. It looks like she's nailed turn 15, that to perfection after a truly distance. So guys like spin out MOTO2 MOTO3 is Madi Gonzalez and he now sees this control of the MOTO2 World Championship. He takes it, then to a thing struggles clear. I'm out of July, that's just a second. MOTO2 Italian steady like a system where I was trying to just commit the wins on one. She talks swaps in the final place on the Tony, but Rabbit does hold off Vietti. Those 3 on the line there. The league is split like 2 tenths of sections. 0.2 seconds in back to one shoe. Provara, I'm sure maybe some reviews. Run your top 10 points about us. So much ages. You look those Adam Hall Jordo. Back on chart. Let's only be top the look what it is. Shot in your boat, you should world championship was on reached like sunlight, opening his eyes. He pretty much executes it, the master black and bad chicks, all jump a little bit, didn't he? Keep calm in the first couple of laps, just slowly punch your way through the field, and then try to manage you out the fronts, and that is exactly what Gonzalez did. So he did take to lead in the championship. To the legendary Duck TT in that city 2 weeks on. Congratulations, Robert Arenas. Hey, Rennick should nice starts in MOTO2. He does indeed find himself on the podium to the time City so round the Chattanooga in 2023. With the numbered souls full of ladies. Great ride outside the 2020 MOTO3 World Championship. No better ride on circuit overjoyed. Van Gonzalez here today. Let's get the thoughts of his ride in Jones. Totally to you, Jack. Short nutshell, it's like a really big one to man it with. You know, when you see your start to the season, it can check pole position, it can go up and dominate the race. So how much will that do for his confidence having to duck all 3 like he did? This looks easy for 9, I think it was even the toughest one. And he can keep the pace up, so at least his confidence, the self-confidence for long the season, he can keep up, doesn't matter what happens. I think this is what Frank did in this result today. Very strong. Yeah, Greg, congratulations. Thanks, mate. Sean, he was too strong. Simple last hour, small lead. MOTO2 show here today. Meaning it's a game, but you're like, Diego Rivera, on back-to-back tolls. Simple shoots will hit in his box. Sweep successive. Podiums for the first time. He's Grand Prix career. He was close. Was batty, this was. Sweet the coast between Rivera and Jim. This was town. They held into turn 10. It's like those 2. We're rubbing elbows and knees, and this gives the moment where Chelsea with the Atty's eyes lit up in 5th places. he thought maybe there was a track podium in the offing group. As in actually there was just two, but less than G10 to the second coverage. She net about the end the championship. What's the big game all ball today? That's chilling. Lead the points of the World Championship. Gilda Moreira, as I mentioned, never knows when he is beaten. Please entertain us over the last 5 or 6 laps in Mugelo and just here the XE. Also one more lap. Get out 3 times that go through to the line. Oh, lovely, absolutely brilliant. Classical lifestyle was the Paddy Gonzalez. That's Mustache got the Wicks. Saul Gonzalez having made his MOTOGP. No take. He did Toast Race tested out a couple of weeks ago for Trackhouse at Brilliant. And after laps at special live events, he arrives in Mugelo and flits to what looked like a relatively routine victory. Certainly wasn't. Take out the qualified Jason then got the counter to Joshing Manton. 8th place on the grid. As we heard for him on the grid, he was always super confident. Attempts in 2 lap 3 practice sessions so far this weekend. Close, very, very close, doesn't it, Sandra? We wished out on a third successive podium by just under 10th of a second. Chelsea, the Etsy, well, he's going to get great reception from the home marshals because that was a great stride that he took up. Well, right, that's to be fair to him. When he spoke to Jack on that front row of the grid, he did say that all he changed his control, but he stole the rhythm, decided all the podium. When it really matters, the still that was counted. A great job that by Ray. The suspension, this is second ever MOTO2 podium. This results in this weekend, and I was ready as his MOTO2 career. Just not able to he now is in clear air in the top of the World Championship right here, sharing the points lead with Aaron Jeanette. He now leads here next to Master Solid. He knows also with a 9-8 advantage next weekend, and not really out much to prove to anything. The MOTO2 done many good talents has proven he doesn't need to start on pole position to fix his medals in MOTO2. Yeah, there is your now outright leader in the MOTO2 World Championship as he takes the congratulations and the applaudage from the Liquor Valley Dynamo in Tattoo. Took a stick on 3 coming on thoughts. Now that's got a section bringing it a few weeks' time. The second of that. 7 double headers. Check first held at the majors is pretty done it. As he jumps into the match ranks as Crusader Racing. And he took the talk and he certainly won the war, did he, in that Grand Prix? Good job by the 2020 MOTO3 World Champion. Take that to your away from America now as well. That was a really sharp, short 3rd place. He did have to dig deep after all those 60 joints, which ultimately come through towards the latter stages of the season. And I think he'd have to work that hard for a Tony to buy some time now. He makes a checker flag down at Diogo Moreira. Jeanette's third up here for the job, and he's with Jack. The only congratulations onto the podium in what was a fierce battle with Diogo. Just how hard was it to stop him from taking that podium away from you? Word from the Mugelo was do the team. The bottom do, Madame did. But for me, I didn't need the dish. About the battle. Because you can touch, you know, that has happened, that's gonna, but not that in every corner. Everybody can do it and everybody know it. You know do it like me. But really, I'm not really normal with it. Like this, but you know, if you won't worry, I will if you worry. So I'm very happy to be here and very happy to wait in because this stream is for me GP, you know. And let's see, because we started this weekend. But a super digit team to Friday, one of the viewers difficult Fridays on the last year and the year showing wellness in the middle thieves because Mugelo was like a test GP. It was with the new transition for the time after few races. So I think we improve a little bit. We need to do a little bit more. But then goes in the motor, they know damn where we do it. I saw that race and Michel race for 2 persons. One person is Samuel Little, he's very here today. He's my telemedic and he did YouTube even this weekend. And to my YouTube, then the big lasher the Wednesday from Spain, video here because he broke a bone. Showing Sergio Hilo. Let's go. Try to well done,
job to have out in there in third place. They were tasks that they actually battled with Mugelo that he clearly enjoyed it like, but there were others that he clearly did not like, but not very characteristic of exciting talk, I think it's fair to say, from Connect there to Mario Tasks from the main. This was what didn't really take his fancy. The aggressive move at turn 10 on the last lap, headed around Roach. They both got pushed out to the marbles. Yes, Chip, we say that's 1-0 to lead over in the red rat. Really like building on the divorce or the end of civil facility. More than that one, and it just pinned them three. John Bish, Chief, they are awarded with a employee finish. So they welcome returns to the first time in 2 years to the MOTO2 podium. What weekend, a front row in second place. Tyler the right is the Jack. What a brilliant round. You push Mario eel of the way. Just how good does it feel to be back on a MOTO2 podium again? Yeah, it is a loot. Really proud of, especially a weekend the race is a result of the Oregon. I'm so happy. I'm really thinking on us because it's one of the favorite tracks and he's had to act. So really happy I want to continue like this. Looking forward to ride again. I enjoyed that out today. There's still some things that are vibes that we can improve, and I didn't try want them to do these things that is be kind and enjoy a lot, especially first laps. And yeah, happy that they want to keep going. Congratulations. Things are up. Yeah, really impressive weekend that by the 28-year-old coming into this weekend in Mugelo. 10th in 2022 with his only top 10 is 7 previous visits to this Italian Grand Prix venue. So clearly by far his best ever performance to the Tuscany hillsides. So it was really did it. He led a few laps in Grand Prix, but once again, once he was at the front, he was just simply too fast and too strong. Your winner, Manu Gonzalez with Jack. What a fantastic way to take victory and retake control of the World Championship. We knew you could do it from pole position. How much does it need? But still your way straight to victory. Yeah, this win established from here. It was a little bit really nice. It's incredible. We knew it was possible. The pace was really good. I was not going to be more in the bay. So they were just making it that it was more difficult than yesterday. And it's super because the team did an amazing job. The people support me. It's always pushing it behind me. And this race was long. And we don't have to maintain the cut, maintain the chase down. Thanks to everyone there that support me because this means not sort of issue. Congratulations, figure. It is win number 5 in Moto2 for Mario Gonzalez, and a significant victory as he takes control of the World Championship. This first year, it was terrifying. Team should have started second gear back, second row of the grid, and up. Starting against the brakes into San Donato. He's going to be up into D. There he goes on the inside of Marcos Ramirez. Nick could be wide. Ramirez is able to briefly take back that third place. That really was the collection for his success today. Ace to third before it even hit the brake stage and then launch. And then again, get back up. The exchange of a few overtakes with Albert Reyes. But with the second half of that race, it just had simply too much pace and crucially simply too much grit compared to the chasing pack. And there you go. His confidence pre-race was certainly not misplaced, was it? The heads to Acid, leading the World Championship by 9 points. He's actually now 40 points clear of Barrera. He was third place. So it's a pretty commanding position. But as we continue our European swing in MotoGP in 2025, so Mario Gonzalez made his Moto2 debut a few years ago. Tells you, yes, they have the best EU in the house of that battle between Gildo Barrera and Ari today. Let him carry on one more lap, maybe within DNT. Standing on the podium at his Andre, the improvement from a Teshispiro point of view. We'd see it for the likes of the Ubisoft Valor beside the top 7, but ultimately Spiro points were down Grand Prix. None of them were in any position to challenge the Calex domination on the podium today. Vietti Hamilton from the end for 5th place. Yeah, 5th place, which is his best result in 7. As he was on the podium with 2 laps to Orlando all the way back in round 2 in Argentina. But it is
with the Raiders and Canets, shoot Cops Leaks and all Spanish knockouts. Here's a man to rostrum here in Mugelo. Dennisly down the MOTOGP squad. It's a 5th win of the season. So then, with triumphs against the Guerrero. The Royals, Aldis Raiders. He comes in ready after the starting Grand Prix. Well subditionary rider to stand on the podium in MOTO2 this season. He looking gains to match last year's record. Manny Gonzalez just still on the order this season. So to mine, he jumps onto the top steps. Yes, and he makes a prediction and a prophecy. Take it to the managers and they call it a shot. Manny Gonzalez weighs in, makes his words on. Something more than just Jeanette. Championship record over many years now in MOTO2, 32 career titles in now before the line G2 Rubo, the 2nd all-time, well in the MOTO2 clash. The kids should have told with these Howard's Arenas and the best ever result in his MOTO2 career because they used to start. But I don't intend them that it's young the East that home for break. Manny Gonzalez, he has triumphed a major point today. Today is on the grid, and you guys regains control of the MOTO2 World Championship match. What is this? Gonzalez was his 2nd and then his super close Mugelo Grand Prix here. That's to go. Today he climbs to the tops of the title and goes along vector as he's back at D1 in the MOTO2 World Championship. That Prosecco is going to taste very, very sweet. Have a kid out there, what a real tough fight late on with Diogo Morales, almost a wasteland fight, wasn't it? He snatches the final place on the podium. But it's Gonzalez that will take the lead going to the Dutch TT in that next week. And of course, we're back on track in just 5 days' time. That's all the 10th round of our record-breaking 22 race cap. Bye.